Still,
Yeah, I mean, if I went to go shoot a baseball game, it's like I shot the baseball game, I moved all my photos, like 80 to 100 pictures by the end of the game, and then I leave, and then I don't think of it again.
Mhm.
With video, it's like I have to shoot this whole thing, and this might go on for like 2 or 3 or 4 days, depending on the story. And there's a lot of layers, and you got to talk to all these different editors, and there's all these conversations that happen. So it doesn't feel like, we finish with reports, we go home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It started again the next morning.
Exactly. So it's a bit different. But it's cool.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. So that's a good thing. Happy.
I'm just really appreciative that they gave me the opportunity to do something remote. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're good. I have to admit, I am hungry. I'm trying to stand as close under your camera as I can. Okay, you know what? I will move Jeff this way, and I'll stand right beside you. How's that? So I drop which camera?
Here. Is that okay? I need to be able to pull focus. All right. So if I'm here, if I don't. Yeah, if I stay right like this. Okay. I'm not going to shift at all. I'm going to be like that. Yeah. Absolutely. Jeff. Oh, no, sorry.
Is that good?
Yeah, we just here checking out the Jonathan Majors sentencing, just waiting on him to come out, and I think it's coming now. Check it out. Oh, he's headed in for the okay. All right, let's go, folks. Let's go. Personally, I hope. Well, whatever the sentence is, it's supposed to be for a misdemeanor. I think. Let me check. Let me check the news out. 2 seconds, y'all. Let me get these notes together.
Are you?
I'll come back.
So, are you coming back? You're coming back to this spot?
Okay. Apparently, he was found guilty of misdemeanor assault and harassment. Now, let me see something here. What does that really mean? Misdemeanor assault? That's pretty simple. That's third degree misdemeanor third degree assault. One count is second degree. Okay. Right. He says, not him, I'm sorry. It is second degree harassment. but acquitted of two other counts. Okay, so so we're gonna find out what his sentence is today. He seems pretty confident as he walked into the courtroom, but a lot of people may, have difference of opinion on that. I mean, how confident he should be. But tell me, what do you think? What do you think his charges should be? I mean, what do you think his sentence should be? Not charges, but his sentence. Do you think his sentence should be what? Do you think he should do any jail time? Um, and also, do you think this incident should affect his career? I think that's an even better question. And I don't know. To in my view, this doesn't rise to much of a more than a bad night out on the town. Two people probably drinking more than they should, given the state of their relationship, and having a public spat. Essentially, I don't really see. I didn't see any. How can I say intended harm done? Yeah, I didn't see any. Oh, shit. How did it go up again? Sorry. I didn't see myself like anything done intentional, So yeah, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But so now homeboy has gone into the courtroom, so we're gonna see how long that lasts. I mean, it could take up to a half an hour to an hour. You never know. But it's coming today, so we will see. Let me see what else people are saying about this. Now it was actually delayed. It was delayed, and not sure what that was about. But yeah, who knows what it was? What it was about? I'm gonna see if I can see anything about that also. So let me see here. This was it. We just caught this live. Okay, he's with. Is it what's this lady's name? Megan also. Some. Yeah, so he's going to be in there, and I guess we're going to have some live updates soon in the next half an hour or so. I hope everybody's doing well. Um, yeah, I didn't even want to do this live, but I just thought, wow, the brother's getting sentenced today, so let me just hop on for a hot minute and see what's going on with folks. Let me see here. Let me try to see what I can do about this real quick. Let me see. Actually, I've been spending the whole morning. You won't believe what I've been watching the whole morning. Matter of fact, let me show y'all what I've been watching. Ooh, my goodness, man. I just saw something so amazing today. And that was this. That was this right here. That was this one. Live from Nucci's front porch. Live from Nucci's front porch in DC. I saw the legendary Blackbirds play. I don't know if you know who the Blackbirds are, but they a huge band from the 70s. And one of their leaders was Donald Blackbird, who's a well-known musician, trumpist, and they made a lot of hits in the 70s. And if you into jazz, funk kind of grooves, they've been sampled by almost every hip hop artist to date. Some of the biggest ones. I mean, who could I say? What's the dude Buckshot Shorty from Brooklyn? They sampled his music a lot. The Guru, you know, Gangstar sampled Donald Byrd a lot. Um, I don't know who the hell wouldn't be sampling Donald Byrd or the Blackbirds because they was really kicking it. And one of their well-known songs is called Rock Creek Park, and that's a park in DC that goes kind of through the northwest side of DC. It's a huge natural park. So, and it's a huge creek. A creek runs through it, and runs all the way into the Potomac, essentially. And it's a beautiful park if you ever go to DC. Nothing but trees and you could say not a highway, but a parkway that you can get through the upper side of DC, the northwest side, pretty fast if you know how to navigate it. And so I was watching this. It was a blessing. I gotta say, big up to Nucci because the young man is holding it down strong in terms of um, keeping the music alive, and not just music from the 70s. No, not just musicians from the 70s, but from the 90s, from the 2000s and on, from even fresh musicians from today, just soul music, R&B music, jazz, that kind of flavor. He's keeping it alive, and they do it here on the front porch. So even go-go music, he had Backyard Band up here not too long ago. That was a hot set too that they did. And so if y'all get a chance, I'm gonna drop this in here for anybody, because I always like to support, especially talented uh, content creators with good music, good product. But in Nucci's case, it's all music. Let me see here. Nucci's front porch. Boom. There you go. Check it out if you haven't seen it. So let me get back to. Oh, I could give you a little taste too. Hold on. Let me see here. Now that was an old. I don't know. How many people sampled that. That right there has been sampled by so many hip hop groups. Right there, just that little break. That's Nucci on the porch, and now I'm gonna wait and just play another second of the first track that they come out with because you gotta hear that. That track is banging, man. Here we go. Hold on, hold on. I think is it dreaming? I think it is. It's dreaming. Oh my god! And and sorry. I'm sorry. I can't play no more. I can't do that. But y'all know what it is, and you gotta check it out. This was fly. This was fly. I woke. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Ah, I'm still in all over this one. Hold on. Let me let you hear another.
To a world of fantasy, pretty images of you.
All right, that's it. That's it. I don't want to get in trouble, and I want everybody to go over there and see it for what it is. It was a beautiful experience. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah, good one, Nucci. Proud of you too, man. Representing DC to the fullest, to the fullest. I mean, and keeping the spirit alive. What's up, Andrea? Hey, but did you know today is what's the brother's name here? Jonathan Majors. It's his sentencing. He's about to get sentenced. You know? Did you know that? It's coming up. He's about to be sentenced. And folks is about to find out. So that's the only reason why I hopped on, because otherwise I would not be on. I said I wasn't going to come on today at all, and but when I saw that, I was like, well, I need to check that out because people are going to want to know about it. As a matter of fact, let me do something to this. I need to put in some tags in this video real quick because I just hopped on. I didn't prepare anything. I just hopped on. So let me see here. Yeah. Yeah, I was amazed by Nucci's by the Blackbirds this morning. They have such beautiful music and so many hits. So many hits. Oh my God. Jonathan Majors sentencing. Wow. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, let me do that one. Boom. Okay, let's see. Let's see what else it does. All right. Yeah. So, oh, you saw. Yeah, you saw it. Let me see. Yeah, I think. I mean, do you know? Do you know who they are, Andrea? You remember that group? You remember them? Yeah, the solar eclipse is happening today too. That's happening later on tonight. I don't. I might try to check it out. I don't know if I can be on live because I got a early. I got a work related day tomorrow, which is not my daytime. Is not normally, but I have to go in and meet. Yeah, to do some things with my group. Relate work related, stuff. So yeah, and yeah, so I won't be able to do it because I got to be up very early tomorrow. But hopefully it will be. As a matter of fact, while we wait for this, let me see if I can. You know what? Oh, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Let me throw in a little bit of music. 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta answer that. I think that's my son.
Date is set for actor Jonathan Majors. Majors appeared virtually during a court hearing in Lower Manhattan this afternoon. He'll now be sentenced April 8th. Defense attorneys want the verdict to be overturned. In December, Majors was convicted of a misdemeanor assault and harassment for assaulting his former girlfriend, Grace Jabari.
Yeah, so today he's in the courtroom now, and we're just waiting for the verdict. They're not covering it live. I don't think New York does that, but Hey y'all, I'll be back. I'm gonna put this on pause too. I'm sorry. I gotta take care of some family stuff, but I'll be back in a minute, y'all. Peace. Oh, actually, I'm leaving this on. I'm sorry. 2 seconds. Let me see here. I gotta leave this on for just so when it hops back on. Let me see here. Associated Press, because Associated Press seems to be the only agency covering it live, and they also doing the solar eclipse live. Is that what they're doing? Let me see here. Right, that's starting later on. Let me see. What time is that starting? Okay, it's in Mexico already, or what? Okay, it's starting soon. All right, but let me get this other one here.
Invasion of Rafa. Plus a perfect ending. South Carolina beats Iowa in a stunning game. How the teams are bringing women's basketball to new heights. But we begin with the solar eclipse. Many have traveled from all over the world to be in the path of totality. ABC's Maria Villarreal is in Del Rio, Texas, the first place in the U.S. to experience totality today. Maria, Eclipse Fest, I know, is a 4-day festival there. So what's the plan for today?
Well, Diane, as you can see, people behind me are absolutely ecstatic, and that's because the events haven't even gotten started for the day. I mean, really, we see a lot of people rallying around the city. There is just a ton of excitement here at the Civic Center. The Chamber of Commerce has put together an amazing day of events. There's a lot of vendors around here. We will have special guests. There will be bands. I mean, the idea of the eclipse happening here first is such a big win for this small border community.
So what have you been hearing from people there in Del Rio about this?
Well, listen, Diane, we've been in the town for the last few days. We've got to visit with a lot of the people here. I mean, they are excited to see this happen here. I mean, the fact that it won't happen for another 20 years is such a big part of why they are celebrating this. And they're also bringing a lot of their own culture and diversity here, a lot of both Mexican and American traditions here. We will see a lot of folklorico dancers. Obviously, behind me, you see beauty queens. You see people from the jazz band, from the local athletes in the high school. There's a councilman behind me as well. And I think this probably says it all. They even made a special wine for this day. I have not opened it. I have not partaken, but you can see there's like a little circle in the middle and it mimics the eclipse. I mean, it is absolutely amazing here. The energy is great.
Wow, eclipse wine. That is something, Maria. I hope you get to enjoy it a little bit later. But what are you most excited to see today?
You know, I'm most excited to experience this, honestly, with my family. They are here with me as well, my son and my partner, but also on top of that, the crews that are here behind us working the scene. I mean, this is such a big moment for all of us. And the fact that we are going to be in the path of totality here in Del Rio, we're going to experience it first before anybody around the entire country. It's such a special moment. So for me, I'm going to take it in. I'm going to be excited. I've got a fun outfit on, including some boots. I wish you could see them, Diane. They're great. They're pink. I bought them just for the event. It's just going to be a whole lot of fun and great energy. A moment of unity starting right here in Del Rio, Texas.
Very cool. Can't wait to see it. ABC's Maria Villarreal in Del Rio, Texas, in her pink boots. Maria, enjoy the party.
Thank you.
And ABC News contributor and astrophysicist Hakeem Alushayi is in Dallas with more on the science behind today's eclipse. Hakeem, can you explain what people will see when they look at the sun during totality?
Right. When you look up at totality, you're going to see the first thing is at low altitudes, right around the edge of the moon, you're going to see red emission. And you might even see some stuff that looks like it's suspended above the sun's surface. That's the sun's chromosphere. It's 8,000 to 20,000 degrees, and the red light is from the emission of hydrogen plasma. But then, as the eclipse a few seconds in, not a few seconds, but immediately you see the corona just sort of emerge. And this is a active sun. So you're going to see a lot of structure because all that plasma is tied to magnetic fields. So you're going to see the structure of the magnetic fields, helmet streamers, plumes, in the light that you see, but don't expect to see what you see in a photograph. Your eye is not a processed photograph. You see a lot, but don't look for these beautiful processed photographs that you see. Your eye won't see all that detail.
All right, so that's what we'll be looking at. What will scientists be looking at? What are you hoping to learn from this eclipse today?
Well, there's two basic measurements that scientists tend to make during these events. One of them is how much stuff there is. What's the density of the stuff? The other one is what is its temperature? And we're also interested in motions because gravity at the surface of the sun is 60 times stronger than gravity at the surface of the earth. But yet the sun's atmosphere is forced away from all that powerful gravity out into interplanetary space. So we want to understand how that works because it impacts us here on Earth.
Hakeem, how could this research impact our everyday lives? What do we learn from something like this?
Well, the sun and the earth have a relationship through their magnetic fields. One affects the other. So when the sun has big explosions, it can cause a restructuring of Earth's magnetic field, which can create powerful currents in our electrical grid. So back in the 80s, the entire eastern seaboard was wiped out by such an event. And we also have assets in space. We have satellites, and more we're going to have humans. If Artemis is successful, and it will be, we're going to have a moon base, and we're going to have an orbiting moon station. So we want to be able to predict space weather so we can protect the people, protect the assets, and make sure we're prepared before anything bad comes our way.
All right, Hakeem Alushe, always great to have you. Thank you. And we will have more on the eclipse coming up. You can catch Eclipse Across America this afternoon with special coverage beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The main event starts at 2 p.m. Eastern, anchored by David Muir and Lindsay Davis, featuring Robin Roberts and our ABC News team spanned out across the U.S. right here on ABC News Live. And make sure to send us your photos of the eclipse using the hashtag Eclipse Across America. Meanwhile, the FAA is investigating after a plane's engine cover ripped off during takeoff from Denver. A passenger on the Southwest flight captured the incident on camera. The plane was heading to Houston, but had to turn around and make an emergency landing. Trevor Alt has the latest.
Oh, they're both gone.
The FAA and
Oh, they're both gone.
The FAA investigating another frightening mid-air incident. The engine cover on a Southwest flight from Denver to Houston ripping open minutes after takeoff.
Let's go ahead and declare an emergency for Southwest 3695.
Exit row passengers say it happened as the plane was still ascending. They immediately lit up their call buttons.
Several of us called the flight attendant. She came over and looked at it because the pilots couldn't see any of it. And she was like, oh my God.
We'd like an immediate return. We got a piece of the engine cowling hanging off, apparently.
This video recorded during the landing back in Denver. The cowling ripping further, slapping against the wing before becoming completely undone. Southwest says the plane landed safely after experiencing a mechanical issue and says our maintenance teams are reviewing the aircraft. The airline sending passengers to Houston on another plane.
These panels were not properly secured, and so when there was enough air coming over the airplane as it took off, these panels ripped apart and came back up over the wing.
In 2021, this engine caught fire during a United flight from Denver to Hawaii when the metal blew apart shortly after takeoff. And some passengers are on edge due to more recent incidents. Last month, flames shooting out of the engine of this United flight, and that Alaska Airlines door plug popping off midair in January.
These incidents remain rare, and they seem like we see more of them, but that's because everybody has a movie camera in their pocket.
It's still not yet clear what caused this engine cover to rip open. The passengers on board, though, were very complimentary of the pilot. They said the landing was smooth, though they understandably came down very fast. Diane?
ABC's Trevor Alt, thank you. And President Biden is set to announce a revised student loan plan that could erase or lower student loan debt for tens of millions of Americans. It's the president's most significant attempt to lower student debt since the Supreme Court rejected his initial plan last year. ABC News business reporter
What's up, Jay?
Frisch joins me now, along with ABC News White House correspondent Karen Trent.
Yeah, I'm actually just doing this live, waiting for the Jonathan Majors sentencing to be finished. He's in the courtroom right now, and yeah, and I guess the sentencing is going to start soon, and then they're going to come out with the verdict of that. So that's what I'm on for. Yeah, so I'm just going to be chilling in the background until then. I hope your day's
What we
going
do
well.
know is it's geared toward two different kinds of borrowers. One, like you said, those whose loan balance has ballooned because of unpaid interest, and then those who have been repaying their loans for decades but still have outstanding debt. Here's how they see it breaking down. The administration is proposing to cancel up to $20,000 in just interest charges. Borrowers who earn $120,000 or less, or married couples making $240,000 or less, are eligible for forgiveness of the entire amount that their loan balance has increased beyond the principal. I know that sounds confusing, but in essence, it's all of the interest that you've accrued on that loan would be wiped out. Also, if you have been repaying an undergraduate loan for 20 years or more, the entire loan would be forgiven. And if you've been repaying a graduate loan for 25 years or more, that would be forgiven. In terms of a timeline, the White House is hoping to implement this fall. Millions of Americans, they're saying as many as 30 million, could see a large portion of their student loans, or in some cases, all of their student loans wiped out by November.
Interesting. Karen, how is this plan different from the one shot down by the Supreme Court last year?
The White House says they believe they are on much more firm legal grounds than what they did last year, which was a far more sweeping attempt to help people with student debt relief. That, of course, was struck down by the Supreme Court, a 6-3 decision. The administration says that they looked at that very carefully to see how they could make this different. The authority here comes under the Higher Education Act, so they're already starting off with something different. Now, there will still likely be legal challenges on this, which means that could get held up in court right when the administration wants to see this start going out to Americans, start getting some political mileage out of this. There's going to be a months-long review period, or public comment period, before some of these provisions would go into effect in the fall. And if there is that legal challenge, that means some of this could be held up right in the fall when voters start voting. Again, this is such a big political issue for the administration and the Biden campaign, but they want people to start thinking that they're doing something after that was struck down last year by the Supreme Court.
All right, Alexis Christoforous, Karen Travers, thank you both. And the IDF says it's withdrawing troops from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Officials say Israeli forces are regrouping ahead of their planned assault on Rafah. The IDF also says it will allow an independent investigation into the strike that killed 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers last week. The group's founder, Chef Jose Andres, tells ABC News the probe needs to go deeper.
I would say we need more information. We need to see better quality videos. We need to be saying what was the conversations, the radio conversations between the different
What's up, Ralph?
And soldiers in charge of saying that those cars were a target because they were an imminent threat.
Let's bring in ABC's Britt Clennett in Tel Aviv, Israel
what's
now
up?
for more. Britt, Israel opened new aid routes into Gaza.
Hi, VB. How you doing, bro?
Deadly strike.
You all right?
What kind of impact?
Yeah, my shout out to the chat.
Yeah, what's going on, bro?
Well, I'm doing a little painting, doing a little painting at home, and just checking up on this news here, what you're, there's been
Yeah, Jonathan Majors. Yeah, I'm waiting for Jonathan Majors sentencing, bro. Yeah.
I was live earlier. I didn't realize. Sorry to cut you. I didn't realize you was live. You know what I mean? So I cut my live stream. I done it as a part 1. I was listening to Omar. Do you know Omar?
Yeah, of course, man.
Ralph, one man. Big up, Ralph.
Yeah, they go.
Jump up, Ralph, man. Yeah, my Ralph. All right, so I'll keep it to the show.
Listening to some Omar, huh?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, so that's just a part 1, part 1. So I'll do the part 2 a little bit later, I'm gonna mute out now. I want to. Okay. How are you doing?
Good. I've been still under the weather, man. So I've been trying to keep it close to the homestead and just take care of myself because I got a business meeting tomorrow, so a work-related meeting, and so I need to be fresh for tomorrow. So I've just been trying to rest up a lot and get past this little bug. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of bug you got there? What, a cold bug? Or
I think
belly
it's like
bug or something?
some sort of minor flu, something. I don't have any
Okay.
coughing or no slime or nothing like that, but just a
It's probably.
headache, a little bit of body aches, and
Well, that you know what that is, isn't it?
sweating.
Yeah, you know what that is. So anyway, but yeah, man, take care of yourself, man. I'm gonna mute out though.
Yeah, who knows what that is? I don't know these days, Jay. You never know. You know what they say about that? They say that if you don't, if you
Don't
what it
go
is
there. Look, I'm
with the
muting
word,
that. Don't go there. I
yeah,
didn't come here for that.
yeah. As long as you're not coughing, it don't matter no more. That's
Well,
basically
look,
it.
when you cough, make sure you got your mask on when you're talking to
Yeah,
me.
yeah. But I don't have any coughing, so at the end of the day, it's a whole different story now. So, all right, but let me put this news back up and see what they talk about, man. They talking about Israel and Gaza now. We could watch this until the new update. I'm holding an eye on the
All right,
John
Britt
on the
Clement and Tel Aviv,
Associated
Israel.
Press when they
Thank
go
you.
live again on Jonathan Majors.
And former President Trump now says abortion access should be a states' rights issue, moving away from
What's
the
up, Ralph?
idea that he would implement a national abortion ban if reelected. Meanwhile, sources tell ABC News
Hold up there,
witnesses in
VB.
Trump's
Hold up,
criminal
hold up,
hush
hold
money
up,
trial
hold up.
will likely
Just
include
a bit.
former members of his inner
Okay.
circle. Trump has
What's going
pleaded
on?
not
What's going on with this What's going on with this abortion law? What is all this going on? Is it
That's Trump. That's Trump. He's saying if he's elected, he will issue a new abortion ban law. He will try to, Yeah, that's what
right?
they say.
Okay, let me listen in.
Let's just
Okay, let me
listen.
listen.
Yeah, hold on. Let's take
Okay.
it back.
Be a states' rights issue, moving away from the idea that he would implement a national abortion ban if reelected. Meanwhile, sources tell ABC News witnesses in Trump's criminal hush money trial will likely include former members of his inner circle.
Oh, he say it's a states' rights thing now, so he's moving away from the national thing. Hold on.
All right, Britt Clement in Tel Aviv, Israel. Thank you. And former President Trump now says abortion access should be a states' rights issue, moving away from the idea that he would implement a national abortion ban if reelected. Meanwhile, sources tell ABC News witnesses in Trump's criminal hush money trial.
So he's changed his opinion now. So
He lost votes. Nah, what it is, public opinion, you know. You have to be, it's all politics.
It's the women, man. The women was like, oh, hell no.
Don't start that now. I didn't come up here for that.
The ladies. You hear me, Andrea?
Look, man.
That was lady power.
All right, don't start.
And
don't
Ralph,
start.
you got
She's
a problem
oil in
with
the
that?
belt.
Sorry for you, man.
Oh,
Sorry
no.
for
Next
you.
thing, Ralph's going to come up and then Pumpkin going to talk about Biden. But listen. And then Shaka's going to pull up, and just run about 10 videos, Just change the whole stuff. By the way, sorry.
Yeah, now this is the hush money now.
Will likely include former members of his inner circle. Trump has pleaded not guilty to falsifying business records in connection with a hush money payment his attorney Michael Cohen allegedly made to adult film star Stormy Daniels just days before the 2016 election. ABC News senior reporter Catherine Falders joins me now for more. Catherine, sources say Trump's longtime assistant, as well as his director of Oval Office operations, will testify.
What's up, Ralph?
Now, they worked closely with
talking
the former
about you
president.
today.
What is it prosecutors want to hear from you?
Hey, Ralph. How are you doing, bro?
What's going on, man?
They talking about
man.
your homeboy's hush money. They talking about your homeboy's hush money, man. What's up?
Ralph, they found out the money that you lent Trump. They found out, mate. Sorry. They're louding you out, Ralph.
Yeah, he just let me down a little bit, but not with the hush money. That's normal in white culture. That's normal. He let me down with the he let me down with the yeah, he let me down with the
Oh, he let you down with I told you don't trust him, Ralph. He's a backstabber.
No, but that's what I understand. I say he's both sides. He's the good and the evil. Which one would I rather choose?
Oh no, right. Look, Ralph, just get your bottom ready, mate. I hope it's well oiled because Andrew and Pumpkin coming for you.
Trump sold you out, Ralph. That's what that was on abortion. He sold you out. That's all.
Ralph, no gunshot.
But the one thing he did, he left it to the state, though. He did say he's trying to leave it to the state, so he didn't make it a federal thing or a national thing. So I'm good because each state in America will hold laws different. Like I say, I'm good. Virginia probably wouldn't be an abortion state like that. All the Republican states or Christian states probably wouldn't be down for it.
But it's them who
inner
did
city-
the whole. It's them who tried to make it more than a state thing, right? I mean,
but then again, like remember, the Democratic Party was legalizing the gym, giving a woman's right to let them do it for the longest. So, at least I feel like what these women got to get that they're catering to the women, and Trump sold out with me when he said he had nuts and he started catering to women.
but look, Ralph, what's the benefit of where's the benefit in having an abortion ban? Where's the benefit?
The benefit of having an abortion ban, the benefit is, make people make stronger decisions with their bodies, wiser decisions with their bodies. Also, it's not your choice to kill something. To the way I feel about sperm and sex, things like that. Sperm don't have a brain. Sperm don't have a heart. Don't have fingers. Don't have toes. But it's conscious to know to go to a spot. So it has the ability to know to go to something it's never been. So if it's conscious enough to understand what it's doing, why do you have the right to kill something conscious? Even though the female body is already projected to kill it with her white blood cells anyway. So if it decides to be a survivor, like we was talking about previously, if it survives something and allowed to make it to its form, whether it's disabled or not, or healthy or not, it should be allowed to survive because it's already proven to be a survivor. Now you became a killer, a murderer, and I don't approve of murdering out of free will. I don't approve of that.
Changing the subject a little bit, right? Sorry, Ralph. Sorry, no. I just for 1 second, Ralph, because just while I remember, because you're my brother. I was listening to your stream the other day, and you said that you was you're having a blunt while your missus were there, and you've had altercation with the police. Ralph, I just want you to hear me out, Ralph. I just want you to hear me out, and I want VB to do a show, and me and you will be on the show as well, if that's okay with VB. I want to talk about how to police the black people. I'll leave it as that. But Ralph, even though there's no law against if they smell the herb in your car, okay, I would put a sensitive claim on there for people, and I think we need to usher away from anything that's gonna kind of cause alarm with the police. I think we should try and get away from that. So if that means that we smoke a blunt before we go, you understand, or smoke a blunt when we reach.
You're saying exactly what I'm saying. Like I don't mean like far as I'm riding and I just have to blunt up my kids in the back seat. Nah, that ain't how.
No, Ralph. I'm not. Listen, Ralph. I'm not. No, that's what I want to do. Is I'm no way trying to put any kind of a bad label on yourself. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm just, Ralph, I don't want to lose you, brother, and your missus, and you can cause trouble. Now, for an example, hear this now. Now, my uncle said to me, "Oh, you know that you can grow weed in your house." So I said, "Oh yeah." He said, "Yeah, you can have one. Yeah, you should do that, because a white guy done it and he got away with it." Now, I don't want to argue my uncle, but you see, this is what I'm trying to say. We really, really, really got some real work to do, man. So it's either we're going to police our own community. Right? But I want us to have it. I don't want to do a show by myself. I want VB to line up a show and we talk about how to police the black people, because the black people are not easy. That's why the police are on. I want to look at it. Anyway, I won't say too much because I'm going to save my argument for the day. Ralph, got through, or VB?
I hear you.
I'm good with it. And listen, I didn't take it as no disrespect. I agree with what you're saying, because people don't know how to maintain or handle the law, or certain things they say, like I'll say something and people, I'm trying to show myself as a righteous person, honest person, but I'm saying things that us as a people do in our, in our culture, ride around, smoke weed, shit like that, stuff like that. So, but yeah, I didn't think you were attacking me either. So you good.
All right. Yeah. Okay. That's Yo, Jade, you on mute, bro?
Oh, right. So, not all black people smoke weed. We have to remember that, Ralph. And we are a minority in this. The majority of the people, they don't like it. Okay. So we must now have certain rules around it. Okay, but I'm not going to be a generalization. People can do what they do, but have little respect for people that don't smoke the weed, right? And black people, majority, do not smoke weed. They don't. They don't want to smoke. No, they're more down on the weed than the coke, right? Because people could be on coke and they wouldn't realize, right? But the weed, the black people do not like that. Nah. We have to respect. We know that we come out of a subculture, out of this thing, right? Our elders are a lot different to ourselves, so we need to be very go easy with them, right? Not because look, at the end of the day, the white man is legalizing it, but the black man's looking down on it. You see, so we're like that sometimes. We're like that sometimes. But
hold on, Jay. What you mean by that? Who's looking down on it? I don't look down on weed. I just don't think it should be criminal. I don't. I think it's like this.
But BB,
go ahead.
What did I just say? No, but I'm gonna.
You said black people look down on it on weed. No. What you talking about, man? I don't know no black people that look down on weed, man. But I don't. I'm just being real. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's you. That's you. That's you. That's you. It's not. It's a small percentage of us that smoke weed. Not every black man smoke weed or want to. It's a fact, VB. But wait for the show. Wait for the show.
Okay.
That's a fact. I lived in Jamaica. Listen, BB. I lived in Jamaica.
Okay, go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Hang on. I lived in Jamaica, okay? Now, everybody must believe that everybody walks around with a big spliff in their mouth and stuff like that. No,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that either.
No,
but
so why?
Okay, but maybe in Jamaica it is like that because they got a bad reputation for it. Maybe that's why people look down on because they feel like everybody looks at them like they smoke weed and when they don't. So maybe that create a different environment. But I know where I'm from in the US. Don't nobody look down on smoking weed. It's never been like that. In fact, where I'm from in DC, nobody looked down on weed because there's so many worse things you could be involved with, bro. There's so many worse drugs anybody could be involved with. In fact, people. Nobody got time for no damn weed to be thinking about weed, and except the police. And I think that's why it became legal in DC because it just didn't make sense. It was like, it's something basically. Yeah, some people might smoke a little too much more than is good for them, but that doesn't mean you need to criminalize it for everybody because some people might just smoke a J once a week or once a month or whenever. Why should they have to worry about the damn police? You know what I'm saying? And when it's actually been proven that alcohol is more dangerous, but yet it's legal. I mean, alcohol is more dangerous and yet it's legal, bro. More people are dying from drinking alcohol in car accidents, from not even car accidents, just drinking. Their liver is going out, man. But yet it's legal. So I don't think nobody's looking at weed like that. But I think you shouldn't get the idea to where you think you should just show up at work high. You shouldn't just think you should show up at work smelling like weed either. I don't think people should take it that way at all. You know what I'm saying? I think people should practice some common sense, but at the same time, I think it's a positive thing, but they need to find a way to make sure that that
Ralph's building one up now. Right. Ralph's building one. He have to turn his camera off. He's building a big one.
Hold on. That's okay. Hey, Dreamer, I see you. Hold on 2 seconds. I think there's still some inconsistencies in the law. Now, I'll give you an example. Weed is legal to smoke. It's not criminalized anymore. They can't lock you up for smoking it in DC. But yet, if you have it in your blood system, when you try to qualify for certain programs, they could use that bad blood test with weed in it to disqualify you from just a regular program. Now, like, a job like driving a bus, metro, maybe some other things. And I think that's wrong. I think if they're going to legalize it, they should let it be legal, or they should have some kind of thing where it says they don't do this old test where it says, because you could smoke weed, and the way they run the test is that you could have smoked weed 30 days ago and it's still coming up in your blood system, and they disqualify you for that. When the person that's standing right next to you, they might even be drunk right now. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I think there's some discrepancies in how they test for drugs. You see what I mean? And I think they still let weed be one of those things where it's like, if it comes up in your system, they can penalize you harshly. I think they need to do something about that, because it doesn't make sense to make it legal and then all of a sudden it can disqualify you from a job when you're not even high, bro. I think that's weird. You know what I'm saying? Or I think it's totally weird. If you haven't smoked it, and they should have a better way of finding out when was the last time you smoked it. If it's going to be something they're looking for to disqualify you from certain jobs. You see what I'm saying? I think it's like
that's
yeah,
the weird
that's
thing.
why I think
We
it's
had kind of a
problem,
show like that, like maybe like what was it, October or something like that. We were speaking on that. Me, you, and Andrea was on there, and we were talking about how they the jobs and drugs, how who would you let work. I think we had a conversation. I said something about I
I
would let the
think
crack people work on my car.
Afimi was on there as well. Sorry to cut you. I think Afimi, he's another guy. We need Afimi there as well, just to balance it out, just so we have like I'm in the middle. You know what I mean?
Sister Sherman here. Sister Dreamer got a comment. Her comment saying, until the government get their hands on it, and now it's no longer natural herbs. Yeah, it's
That's a great point. That's a great point.
So that's what I was very
Yeah,
speak
because
on.
they're spraying it with all the
It's really the cloning. It's really the cloning and the estrogen in the plants. So right. So I was gonna get back to what you said about. I'm gonna take up for what you said about some people who don't like it. Now you do have a small population. I said if we're doing a check about it'll be a 60-40, 60 people, 6% smoke, 40. That's just my observation from talking to people who don't smoke, and what kind of people. Most religious people, older people who just like they got bad health, or they'll say things like that, and then they realize like they look down on it because it was always told smoking was wrong. They had a lot of health nuts early in our time. They might have ate unhealthy, but the drugs. There's only a certain type of people that were doing drugs in our community in a certain part in life. Now we always had heroin, we had cocaine, but the weed was always looked at as something minor in our community. So people didn't shame it as much, but they also could understand why they wouldn't do that either. Now to today's time, it's projected towards a culture of people, which was promoted through our music highly more than ever. So as far as the younger people from the 70s all the way up to what we have now. And in Virginia, like you said, you're saying something about growing a plant. We can grow up to 8 plants here. I can grow up, if I wanted to in my apartment, grow 8 plants. You know what I'm saying? So the laws around it as well. But it is about cloning the estrogen levels in the plant to make it stronger, to make more female buds. You don't want a lot of male seeds as it is. So that way you're more emotional when you smoke weed. It's more stronger now. The high lasts. It's not even the same high no more because of the cloning. So, there's a percentage of people who know that, and they got LBGT weed out there now. The weed so strong it's gay.
Well, anyway, look, VB, I'd rather save that for another show, man. But that's a great point, Ralph. VB, what about this? What's going on with this video?
Yeah, okay, let me rock it again. I'm just waiting for Jonathan Major's coverage to come back on. So until then, I'm just going to follow this news, see what they got to say on the national news. Here we go.
At the White House, but also the director of Oval Office operations. Look, what prosecutors are trying to get here, obviously, is inside Trump's inner circle, but also people who were on the front lines of important meetings that were happening, important meetings that prosecutors believe are central to this case, for example. And while they might not have been the decision makers, if you will, they do have a front row seat to what was going on for many years. So that is what prosecutors are trying to get here, with potentially calling them as witnesses during the trial. We'll also hear from former top executives of the Trump organization as well, in addition to Stormy Daniels, who has said that she would be willing to testify, and of course, Trump's former fixer and lawyer, Michael Cohen.
Now, this trial is set to begin next week. What's at stake for Trump and for his campaign?
Well, look, I think it's a lot of what we've been talking about, Diane, for months here. It's this balancing of the political, of the campaign with being in court, with the legal elements of it. Obviously, he has to be there. Trump has essentially turned his legal battles, his appearances in court into his campaign, into a stump speech, if you will. He's given lots of speeches, lots of press conferences, statements after the fact. So I think they're going to have to do a little bit of a logistical dance here. He'll have to be in court. Can he go out on the campaign trail? This court isn't expected to sit on Wednesdays. Does he make that more of a campaign day, for example? We'll just have to wait and see. But certainly something that all of his advisors, legal and political, are thinking about balancing as this is scheduled to go to trial in just a week from now.
All right, ABC News senior reporter Catherine Falders, thank you. And actor Jonathan Majors is scheduled to be sentenced today in a New York courtroom for assaulting his former girlfriend. Grace Jabari accused Majors of attacking her in the backseat of a chauffeured car last year, saying he hit her head with his open hand, twisted her arm behind her back, and squeezed her middle finger until it fractured. Majors was convicted of 1 count of misdemeanor third-degree assault and 1 count of second-degree harassment, but acquitted of 2 other counts of assault and aggravated harassment in a split verdict. Marvel Studios immediately dropped him after that verdict. Majors faces up to a year in prison. Coming up, Walmart reaches a massive $45 million settlement. How to know if you're eligible for up to $500 back.
Whenever news breaks. We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from
I'll be back later on. I'm going to step down in the chat, yeah?
Through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster
Okay, bro.
in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South
I'm
Carolina,
back later.
on the 2024 campaign
I'm in the
trail.
chat.
In Iceland.
Welcome back. The South Carolina Gamecocks are waking up champions after completing an undefeated season. Camila Cardoso dominated, helping to bring her team back from an early deficit against Caitlin Clark and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Now South Carolina is boasting their 3rd national title
I'm
in
going to switch
7
over
years.
for a second.
Let's bring in ABC News contributor, USA Today Sports.
It's actually the UN is live now, talking about the issue with Gaza. There's a hearing. Here it is.
Okay. All right.
Clearly as I can. Impunity kills.
I think it was Nicaragua that initiated this meeting.
Impunity kills. Impunity kills children, women, and men. Deprives them of security, dignity, and life. If Israel thought it would be held accountable, it would have never killed more than 33,000 Palestinians, maimed more than 75,000, and destroyed Gaza north to south. It would not have killed journalists, UN staff, aid workers, medical personnel. It would not have disappeared thousands upon thousands of people. It would not have killed 14,000 children. So many children have been killed, amputated, orphaned, displaced over and over again. Israel's listing was long overdue before this last horrific assault on Gaza. It is now self-evident and inevitable. Mr. President, when will the victims finally receive protection and support rather than the perpetrators? Stop arming Israel. I repeat, stop arming Israel. All of you, all of the countries that have been providing Israel with weapons and ammunition to kill our children and our women and Palestinian civilians. Stop arming Israel. Stop trading with settlements. Hold accountable those responsible for the massacres and not the colonization. Not only individuals, but those responsible at the highest level for these illegal and inhumane policies. We were repeatedly asked to choose between justice and peace, and got neither. There is no path to peace with such injustice. End Israeli impunity, and you will see that peace will finally be within our reach. Mr. President, I have to ask the question: should Israel be sitting in this August hall among us as if nothing had happened?
How many of y'all think there's ever going to be peace between Israel and Palestine or that region?
Among us as if nothing had happened? Should it take the floor and address you with the arrogance of colonizers, sure of its right to occupy and kill? How is it that the party colonizing and committing genocide can be a full member of these United Nations, and the party committed to the rule of international law and just and lasting peace cannot? Haven't we waited long enough, suffered enough, endured enough? I ask you, does the UN membership want us to be their fellow member? Do you want us to be a fellow member of you as a member of the United Nations? The answer is obvious, a resounding yes. You want us to be a full member like you, sit with you. You would welcome that. An overwhelming majority of members have repeatedly expressed support for Palestine's full membership as an integral part of their support for our independence. So why aren't we? Why do we continue to be excluded from the family of nations? The United Nations is governed by its charter. It is guided by international law and was established to serve its rule. Legislation that aim to deny us membership, to deny us justice, to deny us representation and the exercise of our inalienable rights on equal footing with all other nations are unjust. All we ask for is to take our rightful place among the community of nations, to be treated as equals to other nations and states, to live in freedom and dignity, in peace and security in our ancestral land. Recognition of the State of Palestine and its membership are not enough by themselves to end this illegal occupation, but they are the first step towards this urgent and long overdue goal. Stop the genocide, ensure accountability, recognize Palestine, and support its membership at the UN. Mobilize for Palestine freedom, and we shall achieve peace, all of us together. And I thank you very much.
I should like to thank the distinguished permanent observer.
Ralph, was that you?
Yeah. What are you talking about, man?
Go ahead. I mean, man, I have I've been seeing this conflict my entire life. It's been going on my entire life. I'm 54 years old. This conflict started even before I was born, right?
Yeah.
And it's carried on, man. And you know, I personally think that all sides have just told don't give a goddamn about
That's what it
Palestine.
was. That's what
And
it was sounding like to me.
it's a problem, man, because you know, I think they don't the real problem is something else, and I think the Palestinian people just got caught up in the middle of the real problem. And I don't think what's going on has anything to do with them. I think it has something to do with everybody else and money.
It sounds like a
You know,
fallen. It sounds like a fallen union, and it sounds like it's trapped in the middle. And it also
basically,
sounds like a bastard child that's never going to get the love, and it's just want to be accepted. And it's like that's a recipe for failure. Like it won't stand much longer. And he's pleading to save his country.
yeah, I just think they became like a word that everybody uses, and but the truth is that everybody got their own agenda, and people would rather see war. There's enough people that would rather see war. See, the problem is that there's people that don't even want peace with Israel. That's the cold hard fact of it. And why? Because Israel is an ally of the U.S. And that's a cold fact of it. And as long as Israel is there, and as long as there's other groups working with the U.S. There, there's going to be other parties that are going to have war with those people, period, because they don't want them dealing with that. This is about Russia, this is about China, this is about Iran. What's going in the US, what's going on and the EU, what's going on in Palestine against Palestinians, it has something to do with all those groups. And if you ask me, my personal opinion is obviously none of them give a damn about Palestine first. They're all fighting for their own political interest in that region, and Palestine was the weakest link,
Yeah,
basically. So they're
yeah.
the odd
Oh,
man out,
talking
essentially.
about he can if you do this, this will bring peace. What you mean peace? This this is a biblical war. This is even old. This got 600 years on it, even longer. So not even if it's that biblical war is real or not, whatever. Palestine ain't never been right. Hold on, I'm making you a breakfast now. Just hold on. So with the history of it all, we just look at it. If it hasn't been protected for years, and then their own people can't protect it, then citizens next to them can't protect it, and they're supposed to be on the protection. You're not. In my eyes, you just won't be protected. So that's all I have to say about that. We just need to know what they're fighting over.
Yeah, and they not fighting. They People are fighting over money, bro. It's like the United States, China, and Russia. They and the EU. They are fighting over money. They are fighting over money, brother. Oil and anything, and control over the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea. And that is where that place sits. And because of that trade route, everybody's fighting over it. Russia can't come up. China can't come up. China can't make a move without making a move on that. It's that simple. And things can't change. The power dynamic can't change towards China or Russia without the power dynamic right there on that little edge, on that corner where the Mediterranean meets the Red Sea until that change. And of course the Westerners don't want it to change, bro.
And they did say it was a lot of oil and a lot of gold in that Mediterranean Sea as well. So, who else knows whatever, type of minerals or type of gases or, that nature has acquired within that in that area. You know what I'm saying? So, like it just doesn't get stripped of oil. You strip something of oil, you're gonna find something that oil leaves residue that builds it or builds up or whatever. So, I mean, it sounds crazy, but it sounds like it's not starting to sound like it's a gab. Like it's nothing going to happen, and just keep promoting this to cause controversy.
Man, it's everything else is going on, but what they talking about, that's the sad part. So I'm gonna let it rock a little bit more.
Of the state of Palestine for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of
Hey, Ralph, give me
Israel
5 minutes. I'm gonna let this roll.
to
I
take
gotta
the floor.
pick something up real quick.
You good?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, from well before the establishment of the United Nations or the State of Israel, the Palestinians' goal has been clear: the annihilation of the Jews. Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem and one of the founding fathers of Palestinian nationalism, worked hand in hand with Hitler to achieve this. And from then until today, the root of this conflict has not changed. It is not a political conflict or about partitioning land. It is solely about the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews. Yet today, the UN refuses to see this, or prefers to act like an ostrich, burying its head in the ground out of distorted political interests. We just heard some of these political interests being expressed here on this stage. The UN was established in the wake of World War II to prevent atrocities such as the Holocaust. But the same genocidal ideology that this body was founded to combat is still prevalent among the Palestinians. What the Palestinians are indoctrinated with through their official media channels even, and what they are brainwashed with in their schools and educational materials is no different than the anti-Semitic propaganda in Nazi Germany's Der Stürmer. That's what they learn. You have to be blind not to see it. We all saw it in live action on October 7th when Hamas carried out their massacre. Hamas publicly states their affiliation with genocidal Jew hatred, and Hitler's Mein Kampf, his book, was found in many, many houses in Gaza. But it's not only Hamas. Fatah and the Palestinian Authority refuse to recognize Israel's rights to exist as a Jewish state because they share the same genocidal ideology. President Abbas not only has not even condemned the October 7th massacre, the Palestinian Authority is paying monthly salaries to all the terrorists that took part in the October 7th massacre, all of them. The Palestinian terrorists, whether in Gaza or in Ramallah, seek one thing: the destruction of Israel, full destruction. Yet the UN, the organization founded to prevent Nazi ideology from spreading, has committed itself to reinforcing modern-day Nazi jihadists. And today, breaking the Guinness World Record for rewarding terror, the UN now is in complete violation of its charter, is considering to force the establishment of a Palestinian terror state. Yes, to force it. This won't be a regular state, I'm telling you. It will be a Palestinazi state. An entity that achieved statehood despite being committed to terror and Israel's annihilation. If Hitler was alive today, he would be singing the UN's praises. And colleagues, if this happens, the UN will be remembered as a body that has been hijacked by dictators and human rights violators, a body that rewards Nazi-like monsters. Colleagues, yesterday we commemorated 6 months to the October 7th massacre. 6 months. Hamas carried out the most heinous and widespread massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Entire families were wiped from the earth, and peaceful communities were turned to ash. Israeli women were the victims of systemic rape, and over 250 hostages were taken by Hamas to Gaza. We even have with us in this very room a delegation of wounded soldiers who courageously battled this sheer evil in Gaza. These are true heroes who fought in defense of our future, and I salute them. Yet today, we are not meeting to condemn the Hamas's atrocities. We are not meeting to condemn Hamas. We are meeting here for the sole reason that certain members of the Security Council, and you heard them, refused to even accept a condemnation to child murdering rapists, and they vetoed it. What a disgrace. In a sane world, uncorrupted by despicable political interests, today, 6 months after the gates of hell were opened upon innocent Israelis, the UN would be holding a vigil for the victims, an international conference to secure the release of the hostages. Resolutions would be passed condemning Hamas. The Security Council would meet to designate Hamas as the terror organization that it is and sanction any country that aids, arms, and harbors these terrorists. But sadly, we don't live in a sane world, and the UN is more morally corrupt than ever. 6 months have passed since the massacre, and not a single UN body, not even one, not the General Assembly, the Security Council, or any other UN organ has even condemned Hamas. And not even one meeting has been dedicated to our hostages. It's insane. 1,200 Israelis murdered in the most barbaric ways, slaughtered like vermin. 133 hostages being held for 6 months. 6 months being beaten, tortured, abused, and raped. Rockets are raining down on Israeli towns and cities every day now, forcing millions to rush back and forth, forced to bomb shelters. Yet, to the UN, Israeli suffering means nothing. Nothing. Can you imagine if your daughter was Noah Argamani or Naama Levi? Beautiful girls held hostage by terrorists for half a year, enduring unspeakable horrors. What if your son was Rom Breslavsky, a courageous hero who spent hours saving others at the Nova Festival, Peace Festival, before being taken hostage by Hamas, and he's still there? What if your father was Amiram Cooper, a loving grandfather who was violently abducted to Gaza? By the way, Amiram is 84 years old. What kind of monsters kidnap an 84-year-old man? And you are all here silent? These are all people with stories, lives, and loved ones. And the UN has done nothing, absolutely nothing to ensure their release. Nothing. Shame on you. This body has forgotten the UN's founding purpose. So I will remind you, as it says in Article 1 of the UN Charter, and I quote, "The purpose of the United Nations are to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace and for the suppression of acts of aggression." Instead of removing threats, this body has spent the past 6 months pressuring threats and ignoring the gravest breach of peace: the innocent Israeli hostages held by rapist terrorists. You know that the Red Cross has not even visited them? Can you imagine? You did not establish a reporting mechanism for them. You did not demand that the Secretary General present a weekly outline of what he has done to advance their release. You have done zero. Zero. Why is this body so morally distorted? None of the resolutions adopted in this hall or in the Security Council conditioned a ceasefire on the release of the hostages. And it's clear why. Sorry again for the language. You don't give a damn about the Israeli hostages or Israeli lives at all. 6 months, and all the UN focuses on is the situation in Gaza and a ceasefire. Zero action has been taken for the sake of the hostages. Zero. And 100% dedication to aiding the mobs of Gazans who supported the Hamas Nazis and celebrated. We saw them, how they celebrated the kidnapping while publicly beating and spitting on the victims who were brought to Gaza. A ceasefire with no conditions is the UN's assurance that Hamas can regroup, rearm, and recommit October 7th, just as they have vowed to do. It is very telling that the first parties to praise the Security Council ceasefire resolution were, surprise, surprise, Hamas and the Ayatollah regime in Tehran, the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. Because your policy is giving a carte blanche to genocidal jihadists. This is how low the UN has fallen. Colleagues, 6 months since the massacre, there are no vigils. There are no condemnations of Hamas, and the Security Council is busy, right now, busy discussing the recognition of a Palestinian Nazi state instead of designating Hamas as a terror organization.
Hey,
This will
Pumpkin.
be the vilest reward of the vilest crimes. The Security
I only came on because of the Jonathan Majors sentencing is today. So he's in the court right now. So I'm waiting for that. So I couldn't help myself. But in lieu of waiting for the sentencing to be finished, you know,
being held
we got this going
is
on.
already a victory for genocidal terror. Following 9/11, could anyone fathom giving Al-Qaeda international legitimacy and status? What's the next step? Considering the Islamic State, ISIS, for UN membership? 6 months after Hamas invaded Israel to rape, murder, and devastate, an atrocity 20 times bigger than 9/11, the UN sends a clear message to all the jihadist terrorists in the Palestinian Authority and around the world. Commit massacres and atrocities, and the UN will consider your demands, no matter how radical they are. What kind of sick, twisted logic is this? If the Security Council chooses to advance this prize for barbarism, it is no longer deserves to be called the Security Council. It shall forever be known as the Terror Council. Throughout history, there has been no greater reward for evil. Colleagues, let me remind everyone, the basic requirements for admission to the UN are A, permanent population, B, defined government, defined territory, C, government, and D, capacity.
The news outlets all say that Israel struck the Iranian embassy in Damascus like 2 days ago, by the way, just for reference.
Membership in the United Nations is open to all peace-loving states. Peace-loving. Nothing is clearer than the fact that the Palestinians failed to meet these criteria. The Palestinian Authority has absolutely no control over Gaza. You all know it. In 2007, after Gazans voted Hamas terrorists into power, Hamas proceeded to hunt down and murder every representative of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, throwing some off rooftops in public executions. But even in Judea and Samaria, entire neighborhoods and cities are ruled by other terrorist gangs, and the Palestinian Authority, ironically, has no authority. While this in itself is grounds enough to reject this seek reward for Palestinian terror, the Palestinian Authority is itself the antithesis of a peace-loving entity. You know it, again. President Abbas and the Palestinian Authority not only, as I said, have not condemned the attack, they are also paying monthly salaries to all the terrorists that took part in the October 7th massacre. This is a genocide-loving entity that doesn't deserve any status here. Neither this body nor the Security Council wishes to combat the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is that what's needed is demilitarization and de-radicalization of the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, just as was done in Germany after the fall of the Nazis. And until the Palestinians' culture of hate does not cease, there is no possibility for any solution. And after October 7th, this is a non-negotiable demand for Israel: the de-radicalization of the Palestinian society. Stop their culture of hate. Colleagues, for many years, the PA, the Palestinian Authority, has been paying terrorists for their murderous terror attacks. This is not customary. It is Palestinian legislation. According to the Palestinian law, Palestinian terrorists are paid monthly salaries for murdering Israelis. Internalize it. These salaries can reach thousands of dollars each month, and they are on a rising scale. The longer the prison sentence you get, the higher the salary. You murdered more Jews, you get more money. This is the Palestinian Authority's despicable pay-for-slay act. Read it. Peace-loving indeed. Maybe in this morally bankrupt organization, I don't know. To conclude, the family of every Hamas terrorist killed on October 7th and since will begin receiving monthly payments, along with all the terrorists that Israel has arrested since October 7th. This is a pure incentive to murder Israelis, and it is continuing as we speak, as you contemplate giving terrorists a state. And one last reason why not to support their request. Granting the Palestinian statehood is not only a blatant violation of the UN Charter, it also violates the fundamental principle of reaching a lasting solution at the negotiating table. It is a clear message to the Palestinians that their constant rejectionism and boycotting of negotiations paid off. There is nothing that perpetuates a conflict more than one side believing that they can force their demands on the other side.
The biggest problem Israel got is that they look like they win it, and they are, you know, I mean, they have things under control. They have the threat under control, the perceived threat, the immediate perceived threat under control. So I don't know how you could expect to be doing things better than how they're doing already. But this guy acts like that's not doing well at all. He's acting like, hey, where's the condemnation? Where's the, you know, but I'm not taking any sides on this, but it's clear that whatever the plan was for Palestinians to exist there has failed, you know, and, you know, Israel has expanded their territory that they agreed upon, you know, and for a lot of people, it's just war. I mean, it was war for people, for a lot of people from the beginning. I mean, there was literally a war that happened in the beginning over just the allotted territory Israel had in the beginning. You see, so that what year would the war happen in? Let me see. I'm gonna check that out. I'll be right back. Okay.
But instead of pressuring them to negotiate, to come to terms with Israel's existence, the UN prefers to take a unilateral approach, to cast away the negotiating table and ram a Palestinian state down Israel's throat. This is not how you resolve a conflict, friends. This is how you ensure more bloodshed, more violence.
The 6-Day War was in when was it? The 6-Day War with Israel, Egypt, and who else was involved in that? That happened in 1967. And that lasted for 6 days, obviously, but who was a part of it? it was Egypt. It was a border issue, right? Over the Suez Canal, the Suez crises that happened before that, right? That was in 1956. So I mean, there's been issues the entire time, conflict with Israel, the entire time, pretty much over different reasons, and you know, yeah. There's more. There's the Sinai Peninsula. Hold on. It's involved many nations too. Let me see here. Okay, the Straits of Tehran. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me turn this back up so we can hear the rest of what he's saying here.
Have passed since Hamas's genocidal ideology became a reality. Yet rather than condemn the terrorists, the UN seeks to reward them. This is the UN's lowest moment, a moment of shame, disgrace,
What's up, True
and
Soldier?
complete moral bankruptcy. This is a moment that will never be forgotten. Thank you.
To me, it sounds like Israel is on a war footing, like just
I thank the
flat out.
distinguished representative of Israel for his statement, and I now invite His Excellency Winston Peters, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of New Zealand, to take the floor.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the Jonathan Majors sentencing to be finished. He's in the courtroom right now, so it should be an update any moment.
Mr. President, the situation in Gaza is an utter catastrophe. New Zealand condemns Hamas for its heinous terrorist attacks on 7 October and since, including its barbaric violations of women and children. All of us here must demand that Hamas release all remaining hostages immediately. At the same time, the facts on the ground in Gaza are absolutely clear. More than 32,000 people have been killed. Millions have been displaced. Warning rings in our ears that famine
30
in Gaza
listen to this.
is imminent.
32,000.
Indeed, all remaining hostages immediately. At the same time, the facts on the ground in Gaza are absolutely clear. More than 32,000 people have been killed. Millions have been displaced. Warning rings in our ears that famine in Gaza is imminent. Indeed, Palestinian civilians continue to bear the brunt of Israel's military actions. Humanitarian and medical workers are being killed, and health facilities and vital infrastructures have been destroyed. Gaza, which was already facing huge challenges from this conflict, is now a wasteland. Worse still, another generation of young Palestinians already scarred by violence is being further traumatized. Since the start of the current crisis in Gaza, the veto has been used 5 times to prevent the Security Council from acting decisively. This has seen the Council fail in its responsibility to maintain international peace and security. New Zealand is a long-standing opponent of the use of the veto. We have actively supported the veto initiative from its inception and remain a proud proponent of Resolution 76/262. New Zealand welcomed Resolution 2728, which demanded an immediate ceasefire for the month of Ramadan, leading to a lasting, sustainable ceasefire. We call on all parties to this conflict to comply with Resolution 2728 without delay.
Good looking out, Buffalo Soldier. Appreciate that.
That will allow more humanitarian aid into Gaza. Israel must do everything in its power to enable safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access. Israel cannot now be under any misconceptions as to its legal obligations. The provisional measures ordered by the International Court of Justice are clear and must be complied with fully and immediately. New Zealand offers its full support for the mandate of Sigrid Kaag, Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza. Last week, we announced a financial contribution from New Zealand to support Kaag's mechanism to maximize aid flows into Gaza. New Zealand looks forward to the outcome of the investigations into serious allegations that have been made against certain UNRWA staff because UN agencies, including UNRWA, have a critical role to play in meeting the needs of Palestinians. Israeli constraints on UNRWA's ability to operate in Gaza must be lifted. New Zealand is gravely concerned by repeated indications from Israel that it may soon launch a military offensive into Rafah. Palestinian citizens must not be made to pay the price of defeating Hamas. The risks of the wider region being further drawn into this conflict also remain alarmingly high. We strongly urge regional actors, including Iran, to maximize restraint. Israelis and Palestinians deserve to live in peace and security. There is overwhelming support in the international community, including from New Zealand, for a two-state solution. Achieving this will require serious negotiations by the parties and must involve a Palestinian state. We do not accept that Israel can achieve peace and security while taking more and more territory intended for a future Palestinian state. This misguided notion must end. Building and expanding illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied territories and the forcible displacement of Palestinians from Gaza imperil the two-state solution, which remains the only blueprint for peace that we have. Thank you, Mr. President.
I should like to thank
I don't think so, bro. I haven't found the link yet.
New Zealand for his statement, and I now invite the
Let me check again now.
representative of Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the Arab group to take the floor.
In the name of God, most gracious, most beneficent, Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of the group of Arab states. First, we'd like to express our appreciation to you, Mr. President, for holding this important session under the agenda item, the use of the veto. Mr. President, 6 months have passed since the Israeli aggression started on the Palestinian people, and we find that the Security Council either sees the abortion of resolutions that clearly call for a ceasefire or witnesses the presentation of resolutions, such as the resolution that was voted on the 22nd of March, which avoided clearly demanding an immediate ceasefire. This was not mentioned.
No, it's not there,
in the
bro. I
resolution
wish
that
it was. I
proposed
checked
by the
earlier,
United
but nope.
States, and in addition to it not achieving the objective of an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, it also lacked clear guarantees that would prevent further escalation. In addition, that draft resolution disregarded Israel's responsibility, Israel as the occupying power, its responsibility over the crimes and atrocities that have been perpetrated. And this gives a green light to the Israeli war machine for it to continue its massacres against unarmed civilians. The number of victims
Should I wait for Sam? some of you are here. I don't have a formal stakeout. I just have to inform you of the decision. The Council met in close consultation, as you know, to discuss the letter which was received from the Permanent Observer State of Palestine for renewed consideration to their application. And the Council has agreed to meet an open meeting today at noon, 12 o'clock, to formally proceed with referring the letter from the Permanent Observer of the State of Palestine to the Committee on Admissions. The Committee on Admissions will discuss what was received in the letter, which is for the Security Council
Yo,
to give
facts. You
renewed
right, bro.
consideration to their 2011 application for membership in the United Nations during the month of April.
You hear this?
So
You hear what they're saying right here?
at noon we will go to committee. The committee.
You hear what? Watch.
The Permanent Observer State of Palestine for renewed consideration to their application. And the Council has agreed to meet an open meeting today at noon, 12 o'clock, to formally proceed with referring the letter from the Permanent Observer of the State of Palestine to the Committee on Admissions. The Committee on Admissions will discuss what was received in the letter, which is for the Security Council to give renewed consideration to their 2011 application for membership in the United Nations during the month of April. So we have agreed that at noon we will go to committee. The committee has to deliberate within the month of April. And we
What's up,
all
Shaka?
recognize that any member of the council may decide to present a resolution for membership to be voted at any time, as is the procedure of the council.
Yo, what's good, man? You hear that? They're about to have a meeting about Palestine becoming a state, you know? Yeah, exactly. They just announced that. So did you hear that? You couldn't hear what she was saying.
No, I basically just logged in. I just finished work, so I'm just listening, brother.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting how all of a sudden, right now, they want to talk about that, you know, at the last moment, at the last hour, you know, all the 30, they said 30 something thousand Palestinians dead, yo. And I'm not capping for Palestine or anything like that or the people, you know. I mean, I understand. I think it was crazy what Hamas did, although, you know, it's their right to fight back. But I understood that total destruction would come from that attack, right? But so me as a leader, I'm not quite sure that, you know, that's your own call. That's your own people's call, how you handle these things. But nonetheless, after all of that, now they plan on having a meeting finally about the state, about, you know, and yeah, man, I don't know what to say, man. I just think it's another meeting, bro. I just think it's another meeting of many. You know, man, sadly enough, it's just my opinion, man. And, you know, come on, you know, at this point, you know, I'm gonna be honest with you. My personal opinion is I don't think anybody gives a damn. I think everybody got their. I think it's a geopolitical issue. It almost got nothing to do with the Palestinians. Almost nothing to do with them. It's everybody else fighting over what they want from that region. Who's going to have dominance over that region? Who's going to have dominance over the Red Sea? Who's going to have dominance over the Mediterranean? And if 30,000 people got to die, or somebody got to be extinguished, then that's what it's going to be. I think that it's more about that, man. It's sad, bro. But in any case, Shaka, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, you know. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. I only got up to cover the Jonathan Majors trial, man. I saw that and I was like, you know what? I got to cover. I mean, not the trial, the sentencing, man. He's getting his sentencing today, bro. But
okay, today. Okay.
Yeah, and he's in the court right now. He's in the court right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm waiting for them to get out, and then just waiting. I was like, you know what? The UN is meeting. The Security Council is meeting. So let's see what they got to say. This is the Russian representative, by the way, who's up there speaking now. I'm pretty sure because I know what he looked like. You want to hear some more of this?
Oh no, feel free. I'm listening, brother. I'm listening.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it up. Let me see here.
During the armed conflict, as well as the 5 principles to ensure nuclear safety and security at the ZNPP formulated by the IAEA of attacks
There we go.
against the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. According to the press service of the ZNPP on
Oh, they're
April
talking
5th,
about
attacks
Ukraine
from
now.
Ukrainian combat drones were detected in the area of the cargo port and nitrogen oxygen station number 2. On April 7, even more grave incidents occurred. At 11:38 local time, a kamikaze drone hit the area of the canteen on the territory of ZNPP. As a result, 3 persons were injured, one of them heavily, and a truck unloading the food was damaged. It is worth saying that just 20 minutes before the attack, this area was visited by the IAEA experts in accordance with the previously agreed plan. Precisely half an hour later, at 12:08 local time, a strike of combat drone was detected in the area of the ZNPP cargo port. And almost 3 hours later, at 15:05, the armed forces of Ukraine directly hit with a drone a nuclear installation, the dome of the power unit number 6. Approximately at 15:30 local time, 3 IAEA experts accompanied by the ZNPP employees visited the sites that had been attacked around the plant. They inspected the places with the drones, hit with the drones, documented the damage and remains of munitions and delivery vehicles. Furthermore, at 16:21 local time, a kamikaze drone was suppressed over the power unit number 5. At 17:08, the armed forces of Ukraine struck the ZNPP training center. As you can see from the number of and intensity of attacks, as well as from the facilities that were hit, it is not about some accidental strikes. It is about deliberate and massive shelling of the largest nuclear power plant in Europe for the first time since the previous attack against the ZNPP within its perimeter carried out by Ukrainian forces on November 20, 2022. Throughout the recent almost 1.5 years, the armed forces of Ukraine have been targeting mostly the town of Energodar, where the ZNPP employees and their families live, and the industrial zone around the plant. This time, they returned to the tactics of striking the plant itself. Apart from directly violating the 7 indispensable pillars for ensuring nuclear safety and security during the armed conflict, as well as the 5 principles to ensure nuclear safety and security at the ZNPP formulated by the IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi, the events that occurred this weekend demonstrate that the Ukrainian forces just neglect the considerations of common sense, as well as health and security of their people and the peoples of other states. Even a possibility of nuclear catastrophe is not a no-go sign for them. We are almost wondering how the Western states feel their proxies undertaking such dangerous provocations that can have grave consequences for them as well as for the entire
Yo.
We have already
Listen to
seen
this.
in the
It's the
media.
Russian ambassador, obviously, right? Or I forget, to the UN. But this is so funny because the damn Russian military was up inside of the damn inside of the nuclear facility while the war was going on. But it don't matter, man. Either one, either if they want to fight and kill each other, I say go ahead. That's what I
Well,
say,
the
man.
IAEA experts located there. However, there is no single nuclear power plant in the world that is designed to withstand a full-scale armed attack. Against this backdrop, we urge the international community to condemn these irresponsible and gravely dangerous actions of the Kiev regime. Its Western sponsors, instead of covering up its crimes and supplying it with more
Yo,
weapons
what's
and
up, family?
ammunition, should bear responsibility for the reckless actions by Ukrainian political and military authorities and for the aimed at compromising nuclear safety and security of the global scale. I think.
Are you going to call an emergency security council meeting on this? And as you mentioned, your people are in the plant. So do you have drone debris that you can present as evidence that it was Ukraine, in fact?
We have photos of the damage that was inflicted, and we'll share the photo with you. I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me, but I'll do it later in the day.
Are you going to have a meeting?
The meeting, one of the forthcoming meetings on Ukraine, we will raise the issue, but definitely. Thank you very much.
And then on Palestine, could we ask you on the membership? Could you tell us a bit about what happened at the meeting this morning, what you expect the rest of the day? Could you kind of lay out the process a little bit to us?
As our president just said now, that we have a formal meeting at 12 o'clock referring the issue to the admission committee that in fact has already reviewed and scrutinized the case back in 2011. But the decision was taken. It was not opposed by council members, although not every one of them, including us, were happy about the decision because we think the issue has been already discussed. It does need another discussion of it. But the formal meeting will take place at 3 o'clock. The meeting of the admission committee. We decided that we'll go through the admission committee through a limited timeline. Besides, the sponsors of the potential resolution to adopt Palestine as a full member of the United Nations can present their draft at any moment, committee or no committee. Thank you very much. I'm not... Это у нас открытая встреча, Дим. Сейчас у нас закрытая встреча. Да. Yeah, that's a formal open meeting, which will refer the matter to the admission committee.
When you say limited time, what is limited time?
Limited time is within, say, days or week or two, perhaps. We are not planning to allow to drag the issue indefinitely, like perhaps some members of the council wish. In any case, the decision when to present the draft belongs to the holders, to the pen holders of the draft. Thank you.
Ambassador, just now the Israeli ambassador rejected the idea of the admission of the Israel of Palestine as the.
They reject the idea of the two-state solution as well.
All right, that meeting's over with already. Let me see here. Let me read some of these comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. Let me start here with the brother LK, True Buffalo Soldier. We are suffering here big time, but the government seems not to really care. Yeah, you know what? Biden. There was just some news on Biden on something. Biden was speaking about today. Let me go back to that. But I hear you, brother. I mean, trillions of dollars. Well, I don't know about trillions, what the amount is, in reality. I'm sure it's billions though. But the US has something like close to 25 trillion a year GDP. And a large amount is probably got the biggest military budget on earth. And it's not really accounted for totally. If you went in there, that's such a big budget. It's hard to know for any accounting agency what's really going on and how those funds are spent. I'm sure a lot of it is spent putting it in the hands of certain people's pockets and things like that around the world, or funding different things, man. But I hear you. But in my personal view, whatever they spend outside is still no excuse. It should never be excuse for not having enough money on the inside. They have the money to do both. It's just the American people just need to get it very clear that they have the money to do both. It doesn't have to be stop doing this stuff on the outside to take care of the inside right. No, they can do both.
And even more importantly,
and
we demand the strict, immediate, and full.
and I think a lot of times the American public has been played in a way to where other NATO member people haven't been. Like other NATO countries, they're fine with fighting a war if they have to. They're fine with that, but they would never accept not having universal health care, paid education, um, guaranteed housing benefits. You see what I mean? It's other NATO nations would never accept that, the citizenry. But in the US, the citizenry is not on board with those things. The actual people of the United States of America don't want paid education, so they don't demand it. Not the Democrats, not the Republicans. They barely even tried to move on universal health care, and the Republicans made it to be a money issue. And a lot of people said, yeah, it's a money issue. Yeah, that's right. Wrong. It's not a money issue. US got more money than anybody else. It makes no sense. So I think, you know, we don't have to scapegoat one thing for the other. And I think what's happening right now is just the American people being scapegoated for everybody else. I don't know if the answer is, I don't believe the answer is don't fund the military or don't do whatever you got to do, because that's tied to the economy. But they're richer than they've ever been. So what is the excuse with not making sure that the American citizen gets the end of that, gets something from that, gets some relief from that? And not just relief, but just have what the standard lifestyle is. And the standard in the UN is housing subsidies for everybody that needs it, period. Unquestionable. Just anytime you need it, if your economy falls under this amount or in a certain region or whatever, boom, it kicks in automatically. Paid education. Drop all of this student loan debt and all of this stuff, and understand you need educated people to be a citizen, to be citizens, to take care of each other, to hold jobs, to fulfill duties, to fulfill building the country, to keep the country alive. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing wrong with educated people. That should be something anybody should get, and money should not be a question. Money should never be a question. But see, they got a classist system going on in the US right now where money is the question. So how do you eliminate that? Just pay people to go to school. Everybody. Pay them to go to technical school. Pay them to go to, and it sounds crazy, but all the other UN NATO nations are doing it. Not all, but most are doing it. You see what I'm saying? So, but I agree with you, man. And I think Americans have every right to be frustrated. Every right to be frustrated, but don't be fooled into thinking that your position can't easily go down if you don't defend your interests either internationally. And when it comes down to what's going on in Palestine, again, I don't think anybody give a damn about Palestine. I think everybody uses Palestine just as a tool, a word, yeah, Palestine, yeah. But, it's about money, man. It's about money, It's close to it. Interest rate is blasting us. Yeah. Oh, well, check this out, brother. Paying everybody to go to school, that's going to boost up the economy. Why? Because that's money that stays in the country. It goes in everyday people, American people's pockets every day. I don't mean just like, and I mean like get rid of the cost. The country should pay for the cost, and they should pay people to show up. That will help also stops this epidemic with young people too. Some of the young people and the violence and things like that. But when they get their money in their pockets, what are they going to spend it on? They're going to spend it in the local stores around them. You see what I mean? But the housing subsidies, the U.S. likes to talk about housing subsidies here and there when it's a big problem. And then they institute some relief here and there. And then some of the states do the same thing, institute some things here and there. Yo, why not just make it a normal part of the system so you don't have to think about it, so it's consistent? Why not just do it that way? But again, they got plenty of models to look at of success. You see what I mean? Denmark where I'm at, even though I'm from the US, I live in Copenhagen, right? They ain't suffering from money. Everybody gets paid to go to school here. Everybody got universal health care. They're not suffering from money. They part of the same trade pool, you know? So yeah, man, US needs to be the leader in social democracy. They don't social democracy is gonna preserve the economy more than anything else could. You see? Let me see. So it's Israel knows is breaking all kinds of laws. Yeah, this is Femi's comment. And that the UN isn't fully on board with it. They're trying to completely delegitimize the UN and the reality of there being laws. Basically, that's the. I mean, it's the veto, brother. The Security Council members, in my view, they just haven't done what's right. Anytime, and that would be the U.S. Right? They vetoed one of they vetoed things. If I'm correct, but you should hop up for me. I'm gonna look into that real quick because I don't like saying things without totally checking in on them. But I believe the U.S. vetoed one of the last things, ceasefires or some initiative they had to stop what was going on, and yeah, or to stop Israel from bombarding the Palestinians, basically. And I don't know who else was a part of that veto, but they spoke a little bit today. Like New Zealand said they're against that veto, and against the use of Security Council vetoes like this because it doesn't really help, But yeah, bro, let me drop the link real quick. And if I'm wrong about anything, feel free to just let me know because this international news is heavy at times. It's hard to keep up with too, right? The government making sure their pockets never empty, but the citizens exactly. And brother, let me tell you, if any other NATO member state citizens felt that way, they would be up in arms. Look, in France, they had huge riots just some time ago, and Shaka, you could probably talk about that, where they wanted to raise the limit of retirement, raise it up, the retirement thing. That means the national retirement benefits that you get. They wanted to make it so you're older. Man, they had riots every damn where. In France, I don't know how that ended actually myself, but I know in where I'm at, France wanted to raise it to where it is here, but people here it's at
65, is it?
here it's 63 and to 67. Like 67 is full benefits, 63 is the minimal benefits. It's you can retire, but you don't get as much if you wait around 5 more or 4 more years, basically, at 67. In the US, I don't know if it's 65. Uh, but the problem is that Social Security ain't nothing no more, bro, in the US. So people can't even live on Social Security in the US. You see what I'm saying? It's like I'm glad I took a look at uh, Route One. Did 20 years military and 18 years at the VA. I didn't use I didn't use my degrees. Yo, I mean, hey man, it's a lot of people that if you suggest something like that to them, they wouldn't take it up. But look, a lot of the people that did go to become into the military this and got out alive or got out without a limb being taken or got out with being harmed, which is most people, they really do appreciate those benefits. I mean, you got a loan, guaranteed loan to buy your first home. You see what I mean? School, loan for the education, minimal interest rates on that stuff, man. I mean, there you go, bro. Like, so I just wish it didn't only have to be the military people that get it. I wish we could just get it like everybody else. The reason why I'm saying this is because I don't live in the US anymore. And when I moved out, I had to find out the hard way. I found out that damn, you mean people over here are getting paid to go to technical school. People over here are getting paid a salary to go to university. Why is that happening here and it's not happening in my own country, the most powerful country in the world? Like, I just could never get over that. And so that's one of the reasons why I do what I do, to help share that information. so that my own people know in the U.S. so they know it's not a dream, it's reality, you know. But let me read one more comment and then we get back to this. See what they gotta say. Are always arguing with each other, brother. That's exactly it. The news is not telling people the whole truth, and the right and the left keep arguing over stuff, and so much of the truth doesn't even get there, man. And it's so sad. It's so sad. Hey, Andrea,
Hey, BB.
you here? Yeah, I
Hey,
made it
Shaka.
back.
In the chat,
Hey,
yeah.
Sandra.
Yeah, I hear what hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, back in the day, as far as the military is concerned, they didn't allow our black men and women who served all those benefits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of them. I remember there was one case that they had on 60 Minutes where a brother went to the Vietnam War. He had a good job before he went to the war. Came back. They gave him a dishonorable discharge, which they should not have done to keep him from getting those military benefits. And he sued the military. Yeah, because when he did that, they said that what was said is that anybody who went to the Vietnam War should have gotten 100% disability, right, just for going.
Definitely.
And so he wound up having he was not able to get the job he had when he came back. He was not allowed all the benefits that came with that, which included schooling for your children. All of that was denied. And so even my dad, I don't recall if he went to the Vietnam War just over the number of years, he should have gotten 100% disability, but he didn't. So that, we could have gotten a free education too because of that, but that didn't happen. Right. So he's suing because his daughter, strapped with $100,000 student loan bill, the gentleman that sued them. And they said, yes, we had racist practices back then and we're trying to rectify that. Yeah, but they're all up in their 70s and 80s now, Are you going to give that back? Because even when my dad finally got his 100%, they don't go all the way back to the time he started being in the military. They only went back so many years, right? So, they don't recompense like they should. They don't pay that, in full like they should. They so nowadays, yeah, it's great. I mean, they're offering them all my brothers who were in, they all got, the free education and so forth and so on. And they're doing, all of them got whatever they needed to get while they were in the military. And so, but still, they have money for everything else, which is always amazing to me. They got money for everything else, but taking care of, yes.
They got the money.
Yes.
They got the money. If anybody has the money, the United States of America has that money. And this is why I hate hearing stories about how the US going broke. Man, the US ain't going broke no time soon.
Nope.
How is the country with the most advanced weapons on earth everywhere, located everywhere, and everywhere you would want a military to be located to protect anything, to control anything, how they going broke first?
Yeah.
It just ain't gonna work that way.
Makes no sense. Makes no sense. But we got all this money to send over there to those people over there whining and complaining. Because all that has to do with Bible verses and stuff. If what does it say? Something that was supposed to be Abraham and them. I'll bless them that bless you, and I'll curse them that curse you. These people here in America who claim to be Christians believe that what was spoken. So, it's just anything they want over there, you just give it to them. We don't care. We don't care what it's going to cost us. We don't care nothing about that. We have to, live by that stupid declaration. And that's why we're in the mess we're in.
Yeah, basically. And look, and what's funny is now you got the Israeli ambassador. He's back at it, and he's making his statement clear. Like, they're going to push forward because they know they going to get that money one way or the other. And if it's not coming directly from, it's going to come from the U.S., but, they're not worried about it at all because they understand that. And the United States understands that. Be down. A lot of things going to have to happen before they lose control over the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. You're going to see all types of stuff going on, and in any place you needed to see before they stop throwing money into that bad boy. So people just may as well forget it and just say, okay, you got to do that, then we want ours too, and we good. Do whatever else you want, but we want ours,
Yeah. Just like True Buffalo Soldier was saying, man, we got to, we're being taxed to death on everything, and we get nothing in return. Nothing. And it's just
They got to pay up. But American citizens have to just get on board with understanding there's no excuse. The Republicans, people that want to vote for Trump, go and vote for Trump, but don't be dumb. Make sure you tell him the same thing. There is no excuse. Period. No excuse. And and that's the thing about it. Americans have been fooled into thinking there's an excuse when there's no excuse. No
Exactly.
excuse at all. It just makes me scratch my head sometimes, and I feel sorry. I feel sorry because look, I'm gonna tell y'all, my kids, when they finish their high school, guess what happens? They get paid to go to university or technical school. Are they American citizens? Yes. They are also American citizens. That means when they graduate after getting paid to go to university or technical school, guess where they can work without having to ask permission? In the United States of America. From one day to the next, they can have your job. You see what I'm saying?
What just happened here in Tennessee? Just all the Congress people in Tennessee just overtook the board of Tennessee State University, which is a historically black college.
Oh, really?
But if everybody, they got to replace them, and you know why? They owe over $2 billion in land grant to that school, land grant HBCU. They owe over $2 billion in the state of Tennessee. So they're trying to take over these historically black colleges and universities so they don't have to repay or pay, not even repay, pay the money that's owed. That's what they're trying to do. That's the tactics they're using now. It's just insane. It's insane.
Yeah, it is. It is insane, And
I just heard
it is. Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
I just heard there's a city in Alabama called New Bern. It's a real small town. They said that at the time in 2020, I think, from the last census, there's like 133 people in that town. They have not been voting for the last 60 years. 60 years. They're having to sue the state of Alabama.
They haven't been voting.
Voting. They haven't had the right to vote for 60 years. Little small town. They voted for their first black mayor that they did not allow to take his occupancy. And I don't know if it was 3 years and he's in there now, or if it's still going on. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's New Bern, NEWBERN, Alabama. Yes.
New Bern, Alabama. Okay, I got it. New Bern. Yeah, okay. They want Alabama town that locked out black mayor. Okay, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
They haven't held elections in decades. Hold on, is this a new story that just came out?
I just saw it yesterday or Friday. And I'm like, what the hell is that? I saw 60 years. I'm like, are you kidding me? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
64% black. Yeah.
And they wouldn't allow them to vote.
The new mayor. Put the new mayor in.
That is terrible. New Bern, Alabama. Yeah, let me put that in the chat here. That is insane. But that's America. That's America, y'all. That's what it is. And you know what? one day somebody's had the nerve to say some shit to me one day over the net, excuse my language, and
Oh, you're fine.
they tried to tell me I ran from America. I'm like, man, boy, you out your damn mind? Like, I didn't run. I just realized something crazy in America. Like other people in NATO aren't doing what Americans are doing. It's just that simple. So why the hell should I? Why the hell should I? Why should I do that? Do you know if I even, I mean, matter of fact, the damn state should be paying me money just for having to grow up in a drug epidemic. Conspiracy theory: majority of colleges owned by the secret society. Okay, but seriously, I should be getting a check for the damn having to grow up in and experience the cocaine epidemic in the U.S., the crack epidemic. I should get a check just for that. DC was like a damn war zone. Where's my check?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So look, I always tell young people, yo, don't wait around. You know how many young people waited around in my city for nothing? 50%, when I was growing up, 50% of the black males high school dropouts. Another 50%, the same 50% was either have been convicted felons, or released from jail or in jail or on their way, one or the other, something like that. Like the numbers are staggering. You know what that does to a generation? You see what I'm saying? What does it do to the next generation? You see what I'm saying? And I just realized sometimes shit is just crazy. It's crazy to rationalize, and there's a lot of to rationalize that it's okay. That it's okay that things are going okay in the US. No, things are not going okay. Things are a setup for a lot of people in the US. And I just was wise enough to realize it and say, fuck that. What the hell is this all about? You see what I'm saying? So it's just.
And so what if you ran? So what?
No, I didn't. It wasn't even about running. It was about living. Shit,
Yeah. Okay.
Live.
Yeah, that's
What the
right.
hell?
So what?
You know what I'm saying?
Folks just be hating.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like what? I mean, it just makes no sense. Don't get me wrong. I love my hometown. I love my country. But look, since I was out, one time I went back to DC and cats, when I was rolling into cats everywhere, one of my homies told me, man, you left right on time. Isn't that some shit? When that's what somebody told you, you left right on time. Look, half of the city, black people been kicked out of half of the city in DC. So what you think? I'm Superman? You think I'm Superman, right? So what was supposed to You see what I mean? Ain't nobody Superman there. You see what I mean? Folks are fighting for survival and losing the fight because the laws are all messed up. Shit is just going wrong. The housing prices skyrocketed. The private industry got inside of DC now. It's damn near a wrap. It's like genocide. That's what the local DC folks is talking about, like genocide. Like they are almost about to be a lost group of people. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't understand it. I just hope more Americans just wake up and just say enough is enough, man. Like our people aren't getting treated right. And I mean this, the white ones, the black ones, all of them is getting duped. They need to wake up fast. Why the hell would somebody want to live in a trailer park? I mean, God forgive me. I'm not trying to look down on it, but that means you have no housing rights. That means nobody's invested in your housing in the richest country in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is a damn shame. It's a damn shame, yo. But you can't convince some of these people. You can't convince them on nothing. You cannot convince them. So why should I try? Why should I be sitting there trying to convince them? I'll convince their ass from over here. You know what I mean? Like, it's in my crib. You know what I'm saying? With my rights, with my health care, with my pension. You know what I'm saying? I'll do that with my job. you know, and if I get fired, I get my unemployment automatic. You know what I'm saying? For 2 years, don't have to worry about nothing. You see what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
crazy, you know? Even the college basketball slavery is extortion. I mean, Chicago was crazy and still is, but families we bounded, we didn't realize how poor we were back then with no jobs available. You know, yeah, well, it was another generation. That's, as a matter of fact, let me drop this link again because I was just peeping this today. This Nucci's front porch had the blackbirds on it. And that's the days you talking about, bro. You talking about those days, like when the blackbirds was rocking, you know, and those are days that I miss. I grew up. I'm a '70s kid, so I grew up listening to. I know my family, my uncles, my parents, and all of them, my aunts. They was rocking to that stuff. So it carried on in me, and you know, I just wish our people could get back to that. But you know what? If we don't get back to it, um, yeah, I don't know what to say, but I hope we do because those were the days of like where we had families still. You know. We had family values. Like seriously. Here, let me drop this back in the link. Anybody want to check out Nucci's front porch and the Blackbirds live? Here it is. Here go the link. It was definitely a nice one today they had over there. So check them out if you remember the Blackbirds. Anybody? That's Donald. That's Donald Byrd's original band. He came out of the Blackbirds. They from DC, actually a local band from DC, but they got international acclaim in the '70s. You know, in the '70s, '80s. So yeah, but yeah, it's just it's terrible. But here we go. Let's hear some more what we know. There's two sides to this conflict. Everybody and then Israel. Israel.
Majesty King
People like,
Mohammed
damn.
towards the issue of Palestine, and based on his royal decree and instructions, we have launched a major humanitarian operation to coincide with the holy month of Ramadan to help Palestinians in Gaza and the holy city of Al-Quds al-Sharif. And the assistance that had been ordered by His Majesty the King comprises over 40 tons of food items, including basic food items. And since armed operations started over 5 months ago, Morocco is considered the first country to send humanitarian aid by land in an unprecedented way, directly delivering this aid to the populations in need of humanitarian aid. Moreover, the Al-Quds House has provided 2,000 food baskets to families in Jerusalem and continues to provide daily meals to Palestinians in the holy city. This aid also includes establishing an emergency control room at the Al-Quds Hospital. In closing, and in light of the dangerous developments in the Palestinian territories that threaten international and regional security, we must exert more efforts to revive the peace process of the Middle East so that we could arrive at an urgent and comprehensive solution that would guarantee the Palestinian people's legitimate rights, at the forefront of which is their right to establish an independent Palestinian state on the 4 June 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital. In this framework, and as is true of the rest of the Arab states and Islamic states and members of the non-aligned movement, the Kingdom of Morocco renews its support for the application for full membership to be granted to the State of Palestine in the United Nations. I thank you, sir.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Morocco for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thank you for convening today's meeting in accordance with General Assembly Resolution 76/262 in relation to the double veto cast in the Security Council on the draft resolution presented by the United States on the situation in Gaza on 22nd of March. Every veto in the Council falls within the scope of 76/262 and is accordingly subject to discussion by the UN.
Oh, they attacked the UN convoy? Damn, let me look that up. Who was that? Israel attacked it. Apparently, it must be Israel. I mean, that if that's what happened, they should be condemned for that. Period. They got some nerve. It's not the first time some UN staff has been hurt. I think a press person was shot and murdered. Also, yeah, but this is a long history of things like that happening. But I didn't realize this, man. To be honest with you, I haven't been following this conflict, and the reason why I haven't been following it is because this conflict has been going on my entire life, and I think that there's something else going on. I think they got, when Hamas attacked Israel, I think they gave Israel what they wanted. You see what I mean? And so I don't think Hamas did the wise thing. But again, that's their choice. They make whatever choices they want. If they think the conclusion was a good conclusion, it was politically okay, then I say, hey, that's great. That's on them, because I don't live there. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Israeli, and I don't live in that area, so I don't have to have the backlash of it. You see what I mean? My kids ain't dying over this. You see what I'm saying? But I don't think it was the wisest choice. But you see what happened after, and I could have told you, but let's be very clear. Ain't nobody asking me, hey V, what you think? Should we do this or not? No, because if they asked me, I would have been like, man, you out your mind. As soon as you do that, Israel is going to slaughter you. They're going to come full force. They're going to destroy you. And there it is. And what's the world going to do about it? The world's going to have a meeting, bro. That's what the world's going to do. The world's going to sit back, have a meeting, think about it a little bit, and carry on. Everybody else's kids is going to do just fine. That's what the world going to do. So yeah, man, it's so sad, It's so sad, but it is what it is until it ain't, Let me see something here. I'm going to try to look up the Jonathan Majors thing. I'm going to turn this back up.
Ensuring full, immediate, safe, unhindered and sustained humanitarian access, as well as to enable the release of all hostages. We therefore...
Yeah, we just waiting for Jonathan Majors to come out of court, and we're going to get back to following that. Until then, we're going to watch the UN.
I should like to thank the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein for his statement, and I now invite the distinguished representative of Egypt to take the floor.
سيد الرئيس تشدد مصر على
Mr. Chair, we align ourselves with the statement of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as chair of the Arab Group. Thank you for convening the meeting today. Mr. President, we meet today after 6 months of Israel's bloody war against the defenseless Palestinian people. Israel has deliberately killed more than 32,000 martyrs. More than 75,000 are injured, mostly women and children. More than 1.5 million Palestinians are now displaced. More than 200 humanitarian workers, including recently personnel from the World Central Kitchen. The Gaza Strip is now on the brink of famine, according to UN reports. We meet after the regional repercussions of this crisis have become terrible. We meet after the Security Council has issued 3 resolutions and after the General Assembly has issued 2 resolutions. In addition, the Human Rights Council has issued a resolution banning weapons exports to Israel. We meet after 2 orders from the ICJ, including provisional measures. The end result is 0-0. Israel has disregarded and overlooked all of these resolutions. Even more, Israel now fights the United Nations. It killed more than 179 UN staff members. Israel has waged a campaign of groundless accusations against UN personnel and agencies, including UNRWA, whose role is critical and irreplaceable in the Palestinian territory. In light of this dire situation, Israel is now a state above international law and international legitimacy, a state above the binding character of UN resolutions. And this is due to two reasons. One, the Security Council has failed to issue a resolution under Chapter 7 imposing a clear and unambiguous ceasefire and call.
Folks, I just got to interrupt us. Jonathan Majors, the sentencing happened. You know, they didn't televise it. I don't know why nobody covered it, but here it is right here. He got, let me go back. I'm going to pull this up on the screen for everybody so y'all can see this real quick. Let me pull this down. Here we go. Boom. Let's see. Right. Now, here it is. Actor Jonathan Majors avoids jail time, sentenced to counseling for assaulting ex-girlfriend. Let me see here. Let me play this one. This is him. Yeah, this is him coming in. All right, let's play it. Sorry about that. Look, y'all couldn't hear. I was on mute. I'm sorry about that. Y'all couldn't hear me? Let me go back. Damn, I missed the whole thing. Here we go. Let me go back. Here we go. Jonathan Majors has been ordered to complete a year-long counseling program, but avoided jail time Monday for assaulting his ex-girlfriend in a high-profile case that derailed the once promising star's career. The 34-year-old star of Creed 3 and other films had faced up to a year behind bars after he was convicted of a misdemeanor assault by the Manhattan jury in December. The court Monday, that's today, Judge Michael Gaffey sentenced Majors to conditional discharge after noting that both sides in the case agreed the charges did not warrant jail time, given the actor was a first-time offender with no prior criminal record. Majors, dressed in all black and accompanied by his girlfriend, actor Megan Good, declined to address the court and left the courthouse without speaking to reporters. His lawyer, Priya Chaudhry, said the actor did not want to make any public statement that Jabari could use against him in the civil suit she filed against him. I wonder how many millions that is for. Majors said, she added, is committed to growing as a person and will comply to any court mandate programs with an open heart, even as he maintains his innocence and plans to appeal. He's lost his whole career, Chaudhry said in court. This has been the most challenging year of his life. But Jabari, who is the victim, fighting back tears as she addressed the court, said Majors refused to acknowledge his guilt and remains a danger to those around him, including Megan. Now, I just added that. He's not sorry. He has not accepted responsibility, she said. He will do this again, and he will hurt other women. He believes he is above the law. Jabari said Majors had made her believe the two were in a loving relationship, but in reality, he isolates her from the rest of the world and cut her off from family and friends. Damn, was it like that? I was so emotionally dependent on him, she said. I became a different person around him, small, scared, and vulnerable. This is sounding like something deep, yo. Okay. Well, she's gonna be suing his ass. Rather than acknowledge his actions, Majors has been openly critical of court proceedings, launching a high-powered PR campaign that included a nationally televised interview, added Assistant District Attorney Kelly Galloway, and she argued for a sentence of violence counseling for Majors. Following the December guilty verdict, Majors was immediately dropped by Marvel Studios, which had cast him as Kang the Conqueror, a role envisioned as the main villain in the entertainment empire movies and television shows for years to come. The conviction stemmed from an altercation last month. Well, everybody knows that. Okay, I'll read it out. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
VV.
Yeah. What's up?
Hey,
What's
that,
up?
I would have thought that would increase him of getting a role as the main villain. Like he's practicing his acting. You know what I mean? And he's scaring the
He's in
girl,
character.
family, and friends.
Nah, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's doing. Yeah, I'm joking, but you know what I'm saying. Nah, it really sounds like it sounds half true, half not. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody's separating, isolating you from your family, scaring you life and
the
death,
man,
and you still
the
hang
man was
around
running.
for that
He was
love.
running from her. The man was running from
That
her in the middle of midnight in Manhattan. He was running from her, man. Like,
maybe he was practicing his acting after he did wrong. You know what I'm saying? He might have did it, then snapped to, like, oh my God, hold on, let me go in the curtain. You know what I'm saying? Let me run
yeah,
outside like I'm in danger. You know, he probably try to play a victim role like a lot of people do. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm just saying
true.
he could have. But
Yeah,
you know what
you
I'm
never
saying?
know.
But then so yeah, then I say, you know, these women be so into gaining for the money, and these guys be such simps because he know he too ugly for a cute girl. Yeah, real cute like that. You know, he wasn't getting them in high school. He wasn't getting them in middle school.
Hey,
So
look,
yeah, you jeopardize your money. Never
look,
had a
man.
bad job in his
Look,
life. He ain't never.
I'm sorry, but I is it okay to not believe that sometimes the man's not guilty? Sometimes the man's not that bad. Look, he came out guilty. It's a misdemeanor. He got to do he's got to do counseling. He's got to do this program. Yo, but does it have to be like he's the worst person on earth? Like, does it have to be that way? Personally, me, if you ask me,
No, but it's gonna make it that way.
yo, bro, if you ask me, I mean, I'm just talking about what I witnessed because that is what the case was about. All I seen was two grown ass adults drunk having an argument at nighttime. They was acting drunk as hell, man. Both of them. I didn't, and I'm not saying Majors looked that drunk. I'm just saying it just to me it appeared like they were out and they had some drinks. The lady definitely seemed drunk, if you ask me. Like definitely. And but that's what it looked like to me. It just looked like they're not a happy couple. They was out drinking and boom, it exploded in front of everybody. But I didn't see anything out of the, I didn't see no big fight. I didn't see a big assault. I didn't see it with my eyes. I didn't see or hear any evidence. The lady went to the nightclub after, bro. She went to the nightclub after. Like, what's up
She
with
wasn't
that?
that hurt.
Man, and I'm not trying to diminish domestic violence or assault at all. I'm just saying this one, is it okay to say that this one just don't seem like, the dude is that bad? I don't know. Does he have to be perfect? Does he have to be perfect? I mean, really,
Is
anybody
it my internet that's going out like that?
No, that's not mine. I don't think it's
I just had a
mine.
disagreement the other night. So it just sounds
I mean,
am I clear?
Yeah, yours is a little bad. Your audio's a little bad, bro. Right. She was trying to grab him and he was running.
My kids to the park.
So I don't know what's going on here, man. But now I'm not. He's a grown ass man. He gotta pay for the crime. He gotta do the time or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I hope he learned his lesson. I personally think the man just picks bad. I don't think he's ready to live with nobody. I mean, obviously, and or he picked the wrong one, something. But I hope it goes better for him. But I don't think everybody's life should be destroyed over something like this. I think it's wrong, man. I didn't see the dude put his hands on her. If he did put his hands on her, then hey, I'd be totally out of that. I'd be like, yo, screw that dude. But he didn't. I didn't see that. To me, it just looked like they had a bad night together. They had a public spat. That's it. He walked away from it. And she chased after it. I mean, why do you chase? If he hurt you, why are you chasing after him? Like, if the man hurt you, why are you chasing him? And why do you go to the nightclub and he's still guilty? Like, yo, man, I'm sorry, but I hope I'm not wrong. I hope he don't prove me to be wrong. But leave this man alone. Just leave him the hell alone. Like, I don't understand it. But they're a little too. Both of them are a little too old to be having these public spats, though. I would say that they're too old to be having these public spats. Matter of fact, how old is he? I don't even want to put that on him. Let me drop this article in the link just for everybody to see for themselves. Here we go. There we go. Boom. Y'all can catch up on that if y'all want to. Now let me check his age and see. Yo, Jade, what you think about that verdict, man?
Sorry, I just come back from a bike ride. What happened?
Jonathan Majors, man, he's been sentenced to just free time. He got therapy and he got to do a some sort of program for like a year while he's free. While he's free.
He was found guilty.
No, he was already found guilty, but that's his sentence. He just got
okay. So
look,
what was the sentence?
He's 34 years old. He's 20 years younger than me. So, to me, it seems like you know what? I think. I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? What y'all think about this? Do y'all think this man should be punished so harshly? Like, Do you think he deserved to lose his career over what y'all saw? Do y'all think that rose to that level? I mean, do you think that this
Yes.
man is rightfully convicted? Even do you think he should be even convicted of something?
Yes, I do. I'm trolling now, but I'm trolling honestly. I'm gonna make it hard for everybody. I'm trolling. And let y'all know when I'm trolling, so it's not that bad. Okay. So he knew he didn't look good enough for girls like middle school, high school, and you putting yourself in the pretty people. All right. And you got money, as a black man, and you got them type of
Oh, Ralph, you breaking up,
black
yo.
man, though.
You breaking up. Ralph, your audio's breaking up, bro. Your audio's breaking up. Yeah, your reception, your internet is bad. Your internet is bad, bro. Sorry about that. Try to fix it. I don't know. Yeah, try to fix it, bro. Yeah, but your internet is bad. But yeah, True Buffalo Soldier. You say no. Yeah, I mean, from what I saw. Now I could be wrong. From what I saw, and I looked it. We covered it. We watched what happened. We saw. We read all the evidence. We looked into all the evidence. I just heard like two people that just have don't belong together. They had a spat. That's it. They had some arguments, some verbal arguments, disagreement, and it ended. They was out on the town, looked like they've been drinking, and they had another spat, and somebody grabbed a cell phone, someone tried to do this. I even forget what happened. Like I think she tried to grab his phone, right? Some shit like that, even. And I think that's how, yeah, it's something peculiar about this case, man. But somehow he got convicted. I don't know, Jay. Yeah, brother. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's happening is right.
Oh damn! Andrea said that's what happens to trolls. Yeah.
You're damn right. And unfortunately, we're not living and learning. Our elders have made many mistakes, and you're supposed to.
Ralph was about to say he should have known better than to pick up that homegirl. Right?
No, well, look, man. Right? If you got your money, right? Why are you going out into the public for? You know what these people are like. They're gonna come for you, right? Especially if you got money, you've got to protect yourself even more. You understand? If us poor, well, for me, poor lot, I have to be watching over my shoulder, have my head on a swivel every day. Do you know what I mean? And abide by the rules as much as I can. Mm-hmm. You understand? Right? Mm-hmm. And I don't really tune into the club thing and all them sort of thing because there's just pure bad behavior. Right? I'm not into it. I come out to party, right? Shack out, drink some juice, right? Go smoke a blunt, come back in, wine up, right? Next thing you have to be dodging bullets, left, right, and center. If it's not a bullet, it's a knife, or it's a buckle, or it's this. Listen, man, he's made a mistake, but maybe it might be a behavioral thing. You see, some people can't really stop themselves. The urge is too much for them for some reason, and I don't know why. Because you don't see, you don't really see the rich man doing these things. Like the super rich or like proper businessmen or other stars. Some of them do, but the color of your skin as well is gonna be, no matter what you do in life, no matter what you do, no matter where you are, what position you hold, the color of your skin matter, right? Looking at the elders and that, you just got to be careful out there, especially when you got your money, or if you got your career, you got your career, keep your head down, get on with it. Do you know what I mean? Don't be it's just another waste, and I just find we're just taking up our time doing things that are not beneficial to ourselves or to others. You know, we
Right.
waste a lot of time. We waste a lot of time on either if it's not religion. If it's not the religion, then it's the drugs. If it's not the drugs, then it's the guns. Then if it's not the guns, it's the women. We're always just focusing on something and are really good at it. If we pick something that was beneficial for ourselves and for all of us, we'll do great things. We're so intelligent. Top actor there we're looking at. We don't want to see this. We don't want our little kids growing up looking at him like, oh, look, you know, the Sigma is going to be like him beat up a girl, is you know, kind of stuff. You have to be careful out there, man. Like, you know, I honestly, boy, I don't know, VB. I must have grown up different, you know what I mean? But I see a lot. And that's what made me just lock my mouth, you know, see I'm blind, hear and deaf, you know what I mean? But also what I done, I never really tried to emulate them. That was their thing, you know? And sometimes they would mention to me, that's not your thing. And I was like, you know, just nod my head and just, you know, listen and think. But, you know, they've got opportunities that a lot of us would cherish, you know? And, you know, it's not the only one. We've got Puff Daddy, we've got R. Kelly, we've got, you know, Big Bill Cosby. We've got so many important figures being snatched away from us, thrown into a jail cell, you know, and psychologically what it does to us is where the damage is going to be done, you see, because this cycle just seems to be going on and on and on, and it's like no one listens, and like the ones coming up after us, they're just making the same mistakes, but even quicker. And to be honest, it's just a shame to see, you know, guilty or not, you know, life is all about options. There's never just one option. There's many options to a thing. So when you're going to approach something, make sure it's not just one option you're going with. There's so many options, you know, and all right, for an example, if I had money, man, I'll be out in the countryside, baby, you know what I mean? I'll be out in the countryside, you know, right, chilling. You know, go and do something nice. You know, go and, you know, I don't know.
You know what I do, man? You know what I decide? You know what I think, man? First of all, I think what brothers got to do, and anybody, I'm gonna tell you, but anybody, but especially if you got a job, if you got money, a chance to change your life or change this kind of power, you know, this kind of prestige and things like that. First of all, man, yo, you have to tighten it up. Like, I think people, when they getting money, they feel like these kind of things can't happen to them. And I think it's a mistake. I hate to say this, but look, just think about this, man. I'm sure this man spent money on this lady. I'm sure that he did. I'm sure that he allowed her to experience the type of lifestyle that he experienced. I'm not saying she was broke from the beginning, but in my mind, it's insane that you could do that and come out if you have a fight or argument one day and you can lose everything. That is just insane.
That's it's not insane, BB. It's not insane, BB. It's not insane. It's not insane, though. It's not. Because
no, I'm not.
No,
what you mean?
He's working. Well, can I? Yeah, sorry. Can I interject? You said two things there. Sorry to cut you. Right? It's not insane, right? He is a figure. He's no longer a private person. He's an actor.
He's a figure. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So basically, he's like they're like public servants. Now look, he now maybe be endorsed by people. Right. He's in business arrangements. Okay, this is going against the contract, so we can't now look at things and go, oh well, you know, how can they do that? Of course they can do that. They're the ones that are, you know, helping him to be rich, helping him to get where he wants to be. I'll end that one there. But one I also wanted to just mention, VB, I don't know where you want to, but this one is about the psychology of money. People born into money have a different psychology from people without money. And especially black people have a way of acting in a psychological way when they get money, right? It's a psychological thing, right? Right? And we need to do better. But we're just making the same mistakes like the elders, getting loose, buying junk, you right? Having people around you that you're not supposed to have around you, that you would never have people like that before, right? And it's not like these things haven't happened again. So sorry, VB, I had to disagree with you on that point.
Right, I hear you. Now I understand you, man. It's almost like you would think you would know better, but for some reason you don't. You don't know better. You know, I mean,
VB, they do know better. They know better, but the urge, people are under a witch. Hold on, sorry there. People are under like a witchcraft. You see, like money is like a witchcraft on people, you know, especially the black people. Money, it become like a form of witchcraft that they use on us, right? And we accept it. You see, this is the problem with us. We accept the wickedness. We accept this being subjected to these things. Now you would have said that the man, you know, it wasn't such a, you know, a harsh thing, rare. So, you know, give a man a little break. I hear that. But then everybody's gonna have to get a break. When does that stop? You see, so look, when you know, we gotta get some law and order, some discipline in our place, right? Black people are like maybe 80%.
But no, Jay, do you think this man was guilty of what they convicted him of?
No, you're asking me a different question now. If you want me to answer that, hang on, play the video. Let me look at it. Play the video, because I didn't see the video. That's what I was going to ask you, because you was talking about it, but I didn't see it with my eyes. Show me the video. Let me see, and then is that all right? Then I can. Then you can.
I hear you. Well, let me see. Do I even have the damn video? I could pull the video up, man. I mean, everybody's seen this. Well, you don't get to see up close, right? You don't get to see up close, but you get to hear the evidence that was presented. People heard.
Let me see the video. What you saw, the one that you saw. Let me see it.
This guy, you go through that, right?
Can I be here?
What's up, Ralph?
You're right. Ralph, sorry, I'm muting out.
Yeah, what's up, Ralph? There you go.
All right, cool. Like I said, no, I believe he's completely innocent. But is he guilty? Yes. He's guilty of following the media. When I said I was going to troll earlier, Miss Andrea, it's funny because I thought it was a truthful troll. So, like Cat Williams said, they give you a deal, they line you up with some white women, some light-skinned women, whatever your caliber of person you are. Either you fall in suit or you get your lashing. Now, he got a petty, you know, he ain't get no jail time, so he cool. How he gonna work? He'll get another movie deal in about 5 years, 10 years, something like that. But he gonna have to save whatever he done made. And we understand, like, it's a public showing the abuse of black men, even if it's a false narrative. So the troll in me is saying he know he didn't get them girls in high school. He know he didn't get them in middle school. He's some ugly dude out here in these streets who just became famous out of nowhere. And now you got bad looking white women, Chinese, Asian looking junks going crazy. And you shouldn't have that. And it's your fault for abusing that right to get them. Because you got money. So you come with money problems, you get money issues. So slap that ugly motherfucker around as much as you can, you know. Should have did right, got him, did like Denzel and but Samuel Jackson got him a normal black woman.
Yeah, he ain't been sued yet.
Then he would have been safe from sexual allegations, money laundering, fraud, conspiracies. He would have been away from all of those situations. He would have given back to HBCUs like Samuel.
Is Samuel Jackson an angel?
Well, VB, I'm just going to put my glasses on like you did to watch the video. Hang on. Yeah, I can see clearly. Yeah, only joking.
No, they're the standard. For real, they're the standard. You know? What's the guy? What's the oldest Wayans brother? They're the standard. They're not in the media for divorce, not in the media for all the domestic violence. I mean, they're building things in the community as black artists. They have their own standard. You know, those are the pillars for me that I look at. Even though all their media actions aren't the best, but as far as off air, they're not caught with white women. They're not caught out here sex trafficking multiple parties. You know, they seem to be honorable black men that play their role, and they're not getting caught up with sex allegations and abuse because they wouldn't got a regular black, well, African American type love sex. So that's why they're spared. You really got to know how to pick your pea. You know, pick your poison and pick your pussy.
Right. I hear you. 2 seconds. Hold on 2 seconds, bro. I'm gonna let this play.
Mhm.
Look how they cover it up with that big thing. Now we couldn't see what happened. You see? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. See what I mean? He's lucky he didn't get shot or something. I mean, what is he doing? Is he high on drugs or what? Why is he running down the road like that, VB? Look at him. He could get knocked over by a car or something. He's lost the plot. Look, this woman gonna get knocked over by the car. Look. Look, he's run that from a woman. What is he doing? Man. Sorry, you know, we didn't see, you see, they covered up the first initial part. Now, the first initial part, I can see there's an altercation there. He seems to be putting her inside the vehicle, trying to get her, right? Okay. So putting her inside the vehicle, putting her inside the vehicle, right? Now, I don't know what's happened. He's tried to put his arm around her. She shrugged off. He shrugged her off. Look, he's took something out of her hand. He's running. This is the danger of CCTV, people, because you haven't got anything to hear. That's the dangers of CCTV. And people will look at this footage and will put you as guilty, but he's looking guilty, VB, because we ain't got we can't hear what she's saying, what's going on, right? But look at the behavior. I mean, what is he doing? What was his defense? I mean, what could his defense have been in this situation? Right, look, slow it up. Right, here we go. So now he looks like he's dragged something out of her hand, right? Then we see a push. Right? A push. Then he's, right? Here we go. He tried to put his hand around her neck, but like to hug her. Then he's got the phone. Nah, you see? Look. He's dragged it. He's dragged something out of her hand, right? She's running after it now. So now you're looking at a possible theft. You know, America is funny like that. But after that, when they go to the corner, he actually puts his arm on her. Not like a you know this, like a forearm. But it could be self-defense, but he looks away. Look at this. It's a very slim female, you know, and she's running after him. It just looks very suspect, VB. And there's no way you could look at that and tell me that the white girl do anything wrong. Just by the footage. I'm not saying she done anything before. You see here, running away. Why are you running? You see, it's just like,
correct,
man.
that's about the phone. If I'm correct, he had a phone, right? That she says she got her finger hurt because she tried to grab the phone from him. Right? Hold on, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I'm sorry, y'all. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. I had to take care of something real quick. Yeah, I believe that had something to do with the phone. He had a phone,
Okay.
right? He was
Right,
trying.
that's what he kept saying.
But this is what.
But ask me the question again, VB. Then I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna step down. What was you was gonna ask me a question after I What was the question again?
Well, I could see you haven't gone over a lot of the court hearing stuff, right? But according in the court
No, I'm talking about the
files,
footage. The footage, VB.
I believe that there's something
I'm not.
that's where
I'm only looking at the footage. I'm not saying that he's guilty in any other aspect. I'm looking at this footage that I just watched. That one. Ask me. I thought you had a question, but this is pivotal to the case, though, isn't it? This. Because this is
it's one of the things. It's one of the things, but I believe that's that little spat that you saw there. It was all about a phone. You see, all about a cell phone. Now, I think she grabbed his cell phone, and he was getting his cell phone back, and that's where her finger got hurt. Apparently, something in there, right? Now, I believe that's where it's at.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you something? Okay. Did he look like someone that was getting their phone back? The whole situation of this footage that I just saw.
Oh, I'm not saying that's all that was going on.
No, I'm just asking. I'm gonna step down, but man, he's guilty, man. Sorry, VB. There's no way. I mean, after this footage here, they're gonna have to call that guilty, because to be honest, I just don't know what he was doing there. I know. I mean, the running, it doesn't. It's really looking like someone is at that moment in a unstable mind frame that would maybe be violent, could switch, because why is he running? What is he doing? He's grabbed the girl, trying to put her in the car, bang, wrong. Someone could be driving past, maybe Ralph, bam.
Well,
thought that he was trying to kidnap. I'm just saying, VB. Then he's running down the road. Car could have licked him down. Then the woman was running in the road. Why was he running? That whole footage there, that whole footage there goes against what he was saying. What that doesn't look. I've never seen anyone behave like that, trying to get their phone back.
How does that go against what he was saying?
By getting the phone back. No. That's my initial question to you.
I mean, to me, it seems like it goes with what he was saying. They had a spat. A girl, he was communicating with somebody on the phone, another lady. The woman that he was with didn't like that, right? Got upset about it in the vehicle, right? And then she grabbed his phone. And then and I believe that's the result. Then he tells the car to stop. He's trying to get his phone. I don't know if this thing that we saw while they were on the street is still him trying to get his phone, but there was a back and forth about the phone. Like there was a physical altercation about the phone, right? Now, but I don't know if that's what we're seeing on the street. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's
well,
what they say.
I tell you another thing. He's better than me, VB. He got more money than me, and everything, and he'll be all right. So I'm gonna step down, man. But
even in this, man, even in this thing, I'm like, okay, he got misdemeanor assault, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's
what
fair.
He got out of it. He got misdemeanor assault. Right.
So it wasn't GBH. It wasn't GBH, grievous bodily harm. It wasn't assault. It was just like because what I could see was just like he tried to
third degree. It was third degree.
Yeah, so that's not too bad. So it's just like a minor fracas, maybe, and
right.
Oh, sorry. Carry on, VB. So what was it? You got a third degree.
Hold on. Sorry about that. I got to answer the door again. Sorry, bro. Let me I'm gonna revert to another video real quick, but hold on 2 seconds. All right. Here we go. Let me revert to one more. Hold on. Let me read one. Let's read some of the comments too, real quick. Yeah, it was said to be his phone. That's what the spat was over, and I believe that's what we're seeing. You know, the car stop, the argument ensue. It's developing right here in front of our faces. You know, and there was a fight. There was an argument, not a physical fight, but there was a argument inside of the car that preceded this, and the argument was about him being on the telephone with another girl, with another woman, right? And then, yeah, E. Walker, how you doing?
Man, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Welcome back, bro. Welcome back.
Yeah.
So, what you think? What you think about the sentencing?
Man, to be honest with you, I haven't followed the case at all. To be honest with you, man, this is the first time I've actually witnessed some dialogue about it. I mean, I haven't followed it on TV, court TV, or anything. So I just wanted to kind of weigh in a little bit just on the video that we're looking at. I'm not sure what's going on. Is this the only video that exists, and that's what they're building? They built their case on.
Yeah, they built this case on testimony too. So it's and it's not the only video, because see, after this happened, the woman showed up at the club.
She chased him to the club?
No, he went somewhere else, but she went out to the club with her girlfriend and
afterwards, after all this.
Right. And so I'm not saying you can't do that. I mean, you know, you can do whatever you like. You know, if you healthy and fine enough to go to the club and party, and that's what you feel like is best, okay. But yeah,
listen, man, JTV, that's my man. You know, but based on this video, I don't see what my man Jay talking about, man, because I don't see.
I'm like, that's Jade, man. Jay went hard on the brother.
That's
man.
my man. But dude, first of all, this is a white woman. Okay. let's just be clear. This is a white woman, bruh. In his position or any man's position as a black man, and you in the middle of the city in the street with a white woman, you better run.
But look, he looked like an angry monster even while he's running, brother.
He looked like an angry monster
even while he's running, right? Even while he's running, right? Yeah, I mean,
he wasn't scared like Marlon.
That's how they gonna portray him anyway, man. They gonna portray him like an angry monster even while he's running.
Oh, you know they gonna say that, but we know better.
I'm surprised I ain't hear no congos in the background,
brother.
This shit played on the video.
Man, listen. If this put it this way, if this was reversed, if my man Jonathan was chasing that white woman down the street, my man JTV be the first one to tackle that dude down and say, "Hey, bro,
what the hell you doing? Leave her alone, brother.
What the hell you doing? You wrong." Not that I ain't gonna throw no shade on Jay, but just imagine if it was reversed and he was chasing that white woman down there. How would everybody?
He might get shot.
Thank you.
He might get shot.
You know what I mean?
Ask questions after.
This is amazing.
Wrong.
I mean,
it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's wrong, man.
Yeah, you got to say though, out of all things, he know he shouldn't have that type of woman in the first. That's what I'm saying. Black people niggas put themselves in a situation where we know we don't deserve, and then you mad at what happened to you, even though he probably 100% right. And then he trying to be a pimp out here, and he ugly. He the ugliest famous movie star out right now.
Come on, man. You know money ain't. Look at Biggie. Look, Biggie Small. You know money ain't got nothing to do with that.
That's what I'm saying. He should. They should not be in that caliber because they never got him growing up. You know.
Let me rephrase that. Looks don't have nothing to do with money and fame, man. Look at Biggie Small.
But it do got something to do with control.
Yeah, see,
What do
this
you
is why most women really don't date men that look better than them, right? Because they'll say this guy takes too much time to prep, and he can get any girl he wants. So if I act stupid, I can't use my looks to control him like he won't get a better looking girl than me. They know that. So when you play inside your status range, you get people playing the same game you playing. Not on I got the perks all the way up. I'm playing 2K with the slides up. You know what I'm saying? So that's why women don't do that. Men do that to feel some type of security, and that makes you a simp ass brother. When you can't pull a girl because of your integrity, your looks, your integrity, your build, you go modify yourself, or you use your money as enhancement so I live a lifestyle. You deserve all the punishment that come with it.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe that's a whole different subject. It's for women. They always looking for that man with clout. So since day one, hey, they got a song out. You need a job if you want to be with me. You know, you know what I mean. So it's always certain level. It's levels.
No scrub. No
It's
scrub.
no scrubs. It's levels to that. For sure. I certainly would agree with you, but in this instance here. With me just looking at this and then with my own eyes for the first time and even witnessing, listening to any dialogue in it. I mean, I don't even know how they have a case, and I got on because I don't see what Jade is seeing. I don't really see what he's seeing at all.
Yeah, Jade, but maybe that's maybe that's what that brother need to hear. He need to hear like maybe he need to hear like, yo, man, Jonathan, you guilty, brother. You guilty. Like, stay away from it. I don't know, man. I don't think he's guilty at all.
I hope he ain't caping for that white woman, man.
Yo, I think
what is that? You done touched one of our fine white women.
Yeah.
Yo, Jade might have been caping. He might have been joking. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. But look, he didn't he hasn't been following that case, so he doesn't know any of the other underlying information,
Well,
like he didn't know that the lady went to the club after, for example.
Right.
He didn't know what the altercation was about. That, and if you read the court records, it shows you that her finger got hurt, because they had an altercation. She tried to grab his phone. He took his phone back from her. That's where her finger got hurt in that altercation, right? And I believe that's what we're seeing right there. Like, I believe, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I believe that's what we're seeing now. Before that altercation with the phone happened, there was a verbal argument happening in the vehicle about a woman that he was talking to on the phone. You see, and the lady got indignant about that. She didn't like that, right? And Jonathan Majors, was like, okay, you don't like it? I guess he didn't understand that, but she took his phone from there. So I think while he's leaving the car, that he's still having that phone. Like, that's developing. That whole situation is developing right then. You see?
Right. Right.
And so I think that's what we're watching. But in any case, go ahead.
So D. Bennett, and shout out to everybody in the
What's
chat
up, Jay?
as well.
Jay's back.
Come on in, man. I don't mean no shade whatsoever. This is just for the sake of dialogue.
What they say about Jonathan Mason? He said you let her get a mosquito bite. You let her break a nail.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me ask.
Well, I had to come back up. Greetings to everyone. Ewalk, I've never spoken to you, and Ralph, I've spoken to you many times, and VB. But I'll mute out until you're ready for me to come in. I have to defend myself. Sorry, I have to defend.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. So I just want to ask this first. Mm-hmm. Did D. Bennett, is this the information you just presented about the cell phone, is all this court documents? Is this in?
It's in court documents.
So this incident is related to a cell phone and getting his cell phone back, right?
Right. That's what I believe. That's what happened. There's nothing else in the court records. They don't have anything about any altercation that isn't surrounding them getting the cell phone.
Okay, so to me, this looks pretty consistent on what the court documents and the testimony is reflecting.
She's holding. Look, I believe she's holding. Like he has the cell phone, and she's holding the
his
cell
and
phone.
trying to get his cell phone, and he's trying to yank it back.
Right, exactly. That's what
right.
I believe this is. You know.
Now, how many times V been? Come on, everybody in the chat. How many times?
Okay,
He shouldn't have broke.
that
Wait a minute.
white woman
Okay,
should
let
have never
Ralph.
broken
Let
nails.
Ralph.
Hold on. How many times we been in a situation, in an incident like
Can I-
that, and you trying to get
Okay.
away from your woman, and you don't want to argue no more, and she just keep on, won't leave you alone? How many times we been in?
Yeah.
Have we all been in that situation? He's in a situation where he's out in the middle of the street. He's has accolades as an actor, and his cameras everywhere, and this is a white woman. So he's going to take off running from this woman as fast as he can. He got too much to lose. Right or wrong.
I mean, and at some point, you have enough. You're supposed to leave, man. You're supposed to leave. How do you?
When am
leave
I going to
without-
get a chance?
Okay,
When am I
but
going to
hold
get a
on,
chance?
Let me just say this, Ralph.
Hold on,
how
man.
How do you leave, Ralph? I mean,
Brother.
not Ralph. How do you leave, Jade, without your phone? How do you leave without your phone, bro?
1 second.
No,
Can I talk then? No, hang on. You're answering too many questions, and I haven't cleared up what's happened. Because everyone's throwing questions at me, but I've not been here.
All right.
Can I just say this? Can
Yeah.
I just say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm studying just the footage. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm only talking about this footage, what I am seeing.
Right.
Hang on, VB. No, I don't think you get me. I don't think you get me because everything you said was not in the footage.
Well, it's true.
Hang on. I know it's true. I know it's true. VB, I've studied, man. I've worked so long in the industry. Now, when you're in the industry, tell you what happens. You start to think like how law enforcement thinks. You see, then my unique position is that I'm also thinking on the other side. I'm thinking on the other side. Now, secondly, I'm only dealing with the footage. I don't know whether or not anything else is. I'm with you with that. I was just looking at the footage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I would have said stop. The reason being was not to save the white woman, was to save my brother from getting himself into any trouble. That's why I would have said stop. So I mute my. You can ask me a question if you wish. I'm going to mute out now.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Anybody want to ask Jay a question?
I think the queen just stepped up.
Yeah, Andrea. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrea. Go ahead.
I just, if it was all about, all the information that came in and was gathered and all that stuff, this only became about her tears. It wasn't about nothing else. It's what her tears are worth in this particular situation. That's all that mattered. She was hurt so badly, she wouldn't have gone to the club. All that stuff wouldn't have happened. He actually came back by again. And then he come back by down the sidewalk and passed them again because she was out there talking to some people. Once she got to court, it became about her tears. It was about nothing else. How much are my tears worth? Are they going to get him in jail? And so forth and so on. And that's why, I know people got a right to choose who they want to be with and all that kind of stuff. But some people's tears are costly and deadly. And you got to weigh all that stuff out. That's all I got to say about that.
Them are expensive white tears. Them them not petty white tears. Them
I'll just say,
that's some tears you had. That's IRS type tears.
Yeah, I will say this, and I, respect to Jay, but I think there is a court record, court documents of testimony referring to this incident. Well, if you match the testimony with the video, it kind of tells the story. So we do have, written court information, testimony to what was transpiring and what was going on from the video from beginning to the end. And when you do that, it makes sense that this man was trying to fight for his phone and get away from this crazy woman, whether she was white or not. This what he was doing. And hey, man, I sympathize with this brother because I've been through that myself. When you try to get away from somebody, they just won't You don't try to get them out of your face, this won't go away. They just
Hey, look,
walking up
check
on
this
you,
out.
won't stop, whatever. But in his position, I didn't walk away. I didn't run, But I understand why he did and why he needed to. I completely get that. That dude ran from one side of the city to the other.
I don't think because she wasn't gonna leave his ass alone.
Right.
Yeah, and it didn't look like she was crying. It didn't look like she was crying then. The tears didn't come until she went to court. That's when the tears are. That's when the tears are become valuable.
When you get, for us, right? It's so sticky, isn't it? Oh, sorry.
Let me just say this, Jay, before you go. And no telling what she was screaming out loud out there while she was chasing him. Why you do this to me, or why you hit me, why you rape, or the R word, or what? No telling what she was screaming out there. And we know the video says what it says, but out of her mouth coming out while you running down the road, I mean, no telling what she was saying. I'm just assuming, but man, I don't put nothing past people like this, man, for real. Go ahead, Jade. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I mean, I was just dealing with the footage myself, so all the other stuff I didn't know about, but the footage doesn't look for myself,
Man, if you took away the court testimony, Jay, and then if you've been to be kind enough to replay it, let's walk through this. I want to see.
No, but that's what I was watching. I already went through it. So what happened is,
I want to see what you see. I don't see what he did wrong, brother. Even without the court testimony.
Oh yeah, no. But this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I'm not trying to say he's done right or wrong. Okay. I know what they're looking at and how they're going to perceive that. I'm looking at it from the CCTV footage. Plus, I've seen a black guy. Now, what I saw on the footage was he had the lady. He had her trying to put her into the vehicle, but he had her like in a bear hug. Whether or not he was trying to get the phone, we don't know that. Suppose if you don't know anything about the case before that, you're just seeing the footage, just the CCTV, you don't know what's going on. You see someone trying to pick someone else up and put them in a vehicle and they're struggling. Right. Then, then they walked over, he's kind of put his arm around her, okay? Put his arm around her. Whether or not we don't know that. We don't know what took place. We don't have no audio. But what I'm trying to say is just from a CCTV, what I could see, he put his arm around her. There seemed to be another little scuffle like here. He's put his arm around her like an embrace. Then it's getting to a little, she's took his arm off. Now his hand is tangled up they're tangling up. Now, that just looks like, if I didn't sit here, that just looks like someone just taken something from the white woman and running off. That's how it looks. And that's how they're going to see it. They're not going to see it how you see it. Right? They're not going to say, listen, man, I'm telling you, bro, they're not going to look at that footage there in any way. And they're going to come up with that story that you had before.
Yeah.
Ain't going to happen.
All right. Well, I don't see, I respect your.
Take me step by. I just took you step by step. You take me step by step and tell me how that went. Then I'm not talking about nothing before, right? Now they've got other footage him running. Now for someone that don't know what's going on, for all they know that the guy was trying to kidnap the girl, then someone else looked and saw him take the phone off the woman. That's how people. That's how people react.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that, VP. You're not. I'm not saying.
No, I'm not
saying he's guilty or not. But you're saying.
No, but Jay, you're saying if there was no court proceeding, if there was no record of nothing, there's no testimony.
Well, that's what you're meant to be looking at. We're looking at the footage, VP. That's what.
But we're looking at the footage, but we're also aware of what.
That's you. I understand what you're saying, but just by the footage, if you try to eliminate what was told before and just watch it.
Well, we can't because we're talking about his sentencing.
What do you mean you can't? I just done it.
No, but Jay, it's because we're talking about if his sentencing was fair, and if his sentencing or even conviction is fair, then we have to take into account.
No, that's not what we're talking about. The only reason I come up was about the footage.
Now, brother,
that was the question. VB asked me if he was guilty of, I said I didn't see the footage because VB was talking about the footage. Then he showed me the footage, and this footage that he showed me, it don't look good on the brother.
got you.
I'm taking everything. Sorry.
No, I got you.
Is anyone getting my point of view, or
No,
am I talking bare rubbish?
I get it. Now, let me ask you this. Now that you can put the footage into context using the court testimony,
you see something a little different. I mean, from what people see, I don't see. It's because I know what the testimony what was already given. Right. So I already know that there's an argument going on. It's about him talking on the phone to another woman. I'm not trying to belittle anybody and make it seem like another woman give a damn either. I'm just saying that's what was in the court records. She's not denying that. You see what I'm saying? She didn't deny that in the court records. Then she tried to take his phone. She's not denying that. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
She didn't deny that. And so we're left to see what we're looking at here. That's the basis of the confrontation they're having with each other. So if it looks like something is being taken from her or that they're struggling over something, I'm just saying, I believe that's the telephone that they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we know this, man. We gotta know this, man. We gotta stop.
Hold on, nigga Rob. Let me just put this out there real quick. I'll ask Jade at this point, now that you can put the video in context with the court testimony documents, and this is now this case is in the court of law. We have to use facts. So when you put the facts together with meaning the testimony with the video, now how do you assess this knowing the facts now?
Yeah, that's fine. So and I said that you see, the man's cut me. He's not letting me talk.
Hold on, Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. Go ahead, man. Hold on.
It's just about
calm down, man.
But you do it all the time. I'm just about to say.
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Right, the guy. So after all, been taken into consideration, I think he got a fair sentence, knowing America's law. It's not like England where, that probably wouldn't have got there, but knowing America, is a different kind of justice system. So I think he got a fair, he could have been maybe a warning. I mean, in the UK, they might give you a warning. But obviously, all that would depend on whether or not he's got a. This is what I'm saying. This is going too deep for me. I was only talking about the footage because VB was talking about the footage. He did talk about the documents and that, but although there's documents there, we wasn't there, so we don't know what was going on. Right? That's what the documents say. But where CCTV is very, very. Listen, you have to be so careful out here, right? Because the CCTV shows a totally different thing.
Right, but you know who
the problem with the CCTV? You don't have the audio. But that's what I think. I just think that he got a fair after all of it.
But check this out, Jay. You know who was there? The taxi driver. His testimony that he gave. That's how they know what's going on. It's through his testimony. That's why she couldn't.
Right, let me tell you. Okay,
that's why she couldn't lie about.
See, you've gone into another thing now. Now you've gone into another thing. I didn't want to go that far. All right. For example, VB, right? There's a lot of feedback here somewhere.
Yeah, a lot of feedback.
There's a lot of feedback, man.
Hold on, let me mic up. Maybe.
Okay,
right.
Who's that? Okay.
Now.
No, that's from you.
Still
Jay.
there.
Hold on. Try now.
Now.
Okay.
Now.
That was Ralph.
Right.
Yeah.
You have four people at the bus stop, right? You have 4 people at the bus stop, right? I'm included. There's 3 others. Coming down the road, right? There's a coffin on fire coming down the road with a ghost on top of it. I said to the guy beside me, I said, you see the duppy? He said, yes. The other two see something different. They're saying that I'm mad. I didn't see nothing. The other one's going, he might have seen something. You see, yes, an eyewitness is pivotal to a case, but you'd have to be there for yourself and see and hear. And even if we're both in that right there, we're both gonna have two different accounts of this the thing. That, you know, so you're going into something a bit where you know, I can go there. You see?
Yeah, we must
You see what I
respect.
mean? You're kind of presuming what people are thinking, or you're presuming that someone is telling the truth.
Well,
that's not the fact. That's not the fact of the matter. You understand? We don't know what happened, VB. We weren't there.
Well,
we don't know. We don't know what they were doing. They just come up now. The woman is charged the man, and the police are gathering evidence. They don't know what happened there. They don't know. They don't know what happened there. That is used, right, by one side against the other in the courthouse. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's exactly what happened, because we mean you weren't there. We don't know what happened there. You know,
am I still shopping screw? Because like I kind of agree with Jay, just a little, like to a degree. Even though I'm laughing and playing games, I agree with him because, like I said, this is a black man being put in the media, as society, and like,
you know what this looks like?
Say if he was poor, V Bennett. I'm gonna be real quick. Let's say if he was poor, the slap on the wrist would have been, now you take domestic violence classes. You might have been did a night, maybe a week or a couple of days, and you know what I'm saying, and you have been fined up if you had to pay your fines or whatever. But him as a celebrity, now you got to lose a job, everything, because you accepted the term of how you want to. Like he was doing, he couldn't control his white women. He let his money in his yard and his wood take the best of him, and he's going to pay the penalties for it by not using the system correctly. And each one of these celebrities who break it, they're going to be penalized the same.
Jay, I'm gonna explain to you what you're seeing. What you're seeing right here is a hostile woman trying to stop this man from leaving. This man picks her up and tries to put her ass in the car. That's not assault.
Let me put my glasses on, VB.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. She's trying to stop him from leaving, bro.
You see that from that footage? Come on, man.
Listen, Jay,
come on.
it's
You
obvious.
see that from
Jay,
that footage there, VB?
Jay,
You're telling me what I'm seeing? You're telling me what I'm seeing?
Jay,
hang on. You're telling me. You're telling me what, and there's nothing that I'm seeing. Come on, VB. You're telling me that there's a woman being aggressive to a man there. Where?
Jay, let
I can't
BB
see it.
go, man.
I can't see it.
Look,
Let BB go.
She's headed. What direction is she headed in? She's not the one leaving, Jay. See, if she was trying to leave, she would be headed in the other direction. But he's trying to leave. He's headed in that direction. She's stopping him. That's what you're saying. She's an obstruction right now. This man picks her up and puts her in the. She's still trying to get his damn phone. This is what you're saying, Jay. Look, I mean, that's
I can't see all that. It's so dark. I can't see it. And the writing in front of it. I can't believe you can see all that. Well, okay. If that's what's happened, sorry, man. I must be watching the wrong footage.
It's interesting that I'll just say this, BB. If I cut you off, my apologies, man. I'll just be real quick. It seems like to me, man, that she's being the aggressor.
Exactly.
She's being the aggressor, but he's the guilty party. I mean, that just doesn't make any logical sense to me. That you would automatically assume that he's assaulting her when she's showing all the aggression. He's not.
I never said he's assaulting anything. I never said that though.
Okay, my bad.
No. I never said anything.
Yeah,
I never said anything about assault.
We only said even as on the lower platforms, even as you as a poor person or a regular person, you know, if your woman go running that y'all had an argument, you sent the wood picture to a chick, she found out, oh, I know her, you going crazy, she going crazy, you getting, you talking crazy back, you try to leave the house, you ain't going nowhere. Twice she use messages and she go across your head. That's how it go.
and then you still go to jail that night, or they ask you to leave your home. As a man, you wrong. The law don't benefit you. So it doesn't matter because they got to make some type of profit off somebody because the police came to your house or had to intervene. So you're going to be penalized. It don't matter if he did. Yeah, I know that man ain't do nothing wrong, but he's still guilty in the eyes of the media for having that white woman shed tears. He should have picked better women.
He's trying to leave her, man. This is an altercation. Hey, Jesus, can you show your face real quick to me before I let you up? Okay. Okay, go ahead. You can. Why did I even ask, man? Yo, you're watching a man literally try to get away from a woman, and she didn't want him to leave, and she tried to grab his phone, and they scuffled over this phone for a minute, some seconds, man. In the car, outside of the car, he finally gets his phone and is free and is running, and she's chasing his ass down the street. That's what you're seeing. And as fast as he is, she damn near just as fast. Like, what the
high heels.
Both. He's like, I'm going to get across the street. And then here come a car close to her ass. And she like, oh, no, you ain't.
Yo, she did it in high heels, V. Bennett. She caught him in high heels.
My way. Oh, no way at all. Look, she's still chasing. He hit the corner and she's still chasing. Come on. Come on. Look, if he had a gun, would he be wrong if he shot her? If
He's booking.
Look, if he was in a stand your ground state, would he be wrong if he shot her? I'm serious, because she is chasing him.
I mean, dude running the Boston Marathon, man.
He running so fast, I'm crying, laughing.
There is no way in hell this man is guilty. Listen, people get hurt. That doesn't mean you beat her. That doesn't mean you did it on purpose. Look, it looked to me like he tried to grab her ass and just get your ass in the car. Like, I'm leaving. I'm going. Why are you out of this car? I'm leaving. Okay, maybe that's where he don't have the right to do that, right? He didn't have the right to do that.
That sounds to look like kidnapping when you say that part. But from that angle of him running, oh my God, he was scared to death. Like he was running like, he running like the police dog was after him, yo. He can't be guilty.
Yeah, why was he running like that from that little white girl? I mean, the guy's built like Mike Tyson.
I'm gonna tell you why, Ralph.
And she tracked him down in high heels, man. She tracked him down in high heels.
He's slow, man. He's slow.
He's power running, man. He power running.
Look, but here's the thing. Here's the thing now. Here's the thing. They are a couple. They're not strangers. They're a couple. This is a domestic dispute. You see what I'm saying? So when do the police come in this kind of situation? If you've ever been in a situation where, and I'm not saying I have, I'm just, oh, dag, this is the door. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, talk it out. Let me grab the door.
I will say this, man. I think he ran immediately. I could be wrong, but I could bet you, man, that white woman screaming something out loud, like, you're hurting me, you know what I'm saying? Something like that.
To confuse, the victim role, like, give me back my phone, and it's his phone. And then she'll say some shit like, I can't wait to call the police. I can't wait till the police get here.
Yeah, he breaking my arm and something. He's like, oh man, let me get the heck out of here, because she's going out. She's wilding out. That's I don't know. I'm assuming, but when he just immediately just took off like that,
that remind me of my homeboy, right? My homeboy, like my man Ugg Mug, right? My man Ugg Mug was one of my ugliest homeboys I ever had in my life. Right? And he had finally met this bad junk. Shorty was kind of using him or whatever, but she had said to him, she was like, he was talking to another girl cheating, whatever. And we all know about it, but we was like, yo, she looked too good for you to be cheating on, bro. She been loyal to you and you ugly, yo. We clowning them about it, right? Soon as she found out, like, she did the most, like, and was screaming, I gave all this good to you and all this, and you too ugly, and I trusted you thinking this was love. And she started, like,
they argued for so long. When the police got there, she did so much crazy stuff, so much that my boy went to jail for just taking the abuse.
Yeah. I don't even know. I'll be honest with you, man. From what I'm seeing, I don't even know how this even made the news. Only because he's a celebrity. But I mean, this don't seem like a big deal to me.
Yo, white women tears. And I'm not congratulating nobody, but white women tears are so powerful, bro.
Yeah,
like they got the woman's rights through their tears. You know what I'm saying? Laws, jaws, their tears mean so much.
Yeah, it just don't seem like it was that big of an issue to get this much attention. You know, it really don't. Yeah, they had a disagreement, whatever, and you know, there's maybe or maybe not fighting over the phone, whatever you say. And he took off and she chased her down the street and she went to the club later on. End of story. And they probably hooked up later on after she left.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Then he probably hit it once or twice after that. You feel me?
He probably hitting it right now doing court.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, baby, I don't want to, my money depleting, but I know you the only one there for me. You know, you my white queen. We just had a problem. You know what I mean?
Oh man, yeah. This
it don't make no other sense besides this. This is an emotional problem that's been, damn. It's like really a punishment. It's like showing like, yo, you can't do this in the media, no matter what the situation may be. Even if you're completely right, if you gotta you have to find a way to control your publicity.
I think to me, he might have just should have walked away. Period. He was trying to be a gentleman and help her in the car, get her on her way, and I'll holler at you later, type of thing.
But that's skeptical to me though. That's the part that's real skeptical. That's why I blame it on the media. Because like if I'm trying to run like that, the way he running, I'm not helping you get in the car with me. I'm telling the driver, go, shut the door. You know what I'm saying? I'm diving in that joint. I'm diving in that baseball sliding in that joint if I had to. I mean, do the Bruce Lee. I'm doing the Bruce Lee. Woo! Kick straight the door.
It seemed like to me he was trying to help her in the car and be a gentleman, and it escalated to something different.
But we also gotta look at this too, right? This is the scientific part of it, because I be trolling, but I be telling the truth by laughing and being honest. Because these are scenarios that really happen amongst men. But we gotta be for real. Women tears actually cause a chemical release in us that actually makes us feel sad for anything we might have done, might not have done, or couldn't do. You know what I'm saying? You can look, if your mama start crying, emotionally, you look at your mama, you might start feeling hurt and cry and want to fix it as a man. You did something wrong to your girl. You'll end up crying, but you won't let her show, but you'll feel that and you'll want to do better. So anything amongst women's tears, just unless you know she's completely, sometimes even when you know she's completely wrong, her tears make you feel some remorse to not go all out. So you can't beat a woman's tears. It's hard as a man. That's why women don't care when other women crying. They say, "Shut up, B. You knew what you did." But when it comes to us, we know what they did, but we can't, go that route that same way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, man. This is really my first time even, what is she? Weighing in on any of this, man, and just seeing the video, I just didn't. I'm like, wow, man. This is really, really overzealous here, man, with this type of coverage on something like this. It's just
I would like to see pictures of his high school girlfriend. That's how I'm going to determine this, because I'm like, because I do feel like he got a slap on the wrist. Because for real, a black man don't really even get that type of slap on the wrist. You gonna do some type of small time. You gonna do 90 days. You gonna get a long time probationary jump. You gonna get those AA meetings. You gonna get that for almost a year, 2 years, or 18 months, 16 months, whatever they slap on you, so you come out the pocket. But but this is kind of different.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Jay. But a lot of times we make assumptions, watching a videotape only without putting everything in, all the information that we gather in the context, and that's what we got a court of law for. And of course, the jurors, Jay's like, we wasn't there. Of course, yeah, we wasn't there, and the jurors wasn't either. So, but them to make a proper decision, they have to put all the facts in. You know, that includes all the court documents, testimony, and video. So you put it all together and you give your, the proper analysis. So after that being said, if you look at everything and then look at, the documents and the videotape and put it all together, I just lean towards, complete innocence. In my opinion, I don't think he did anything. Showing that and according to what the court documents said, allegedly, I haven't seen them. Just what I've heard. Yeah, man, he didn't do anything wrong.
Not
So,
only complete, not
what
only
he
complete
did-
innocence. Go ahead, Miss Andre. Go ahead.
What he did wrong? Now you tell me who's gonna sit there where somebody else can see what you have on your phone, right? That's what he did wrong. Letting that woman see he was texting another woman. That's where he fell off the rail.
All about that wood.
Well, from you're right, Miss Andrea, and shout out to you. And I can't argue that. The only thing I can say, maybe she snatched the phone from him and went in it and or left it at the table while they went to a restaurant. Who knows how she got in it and saw that, right? But he did slip up and let her get in the phone some type of way.
Or let her see him. I don't even know if she got to his phone or she saw the messages and tried to snatch his phone from him.
Some kind of way,
because there's no reason otherwise for her to try to snatch his phone, right? She had to have seen something.
Yeah, she had the phone. Look, I'm gonna use my Negro senses. She had the phone, seen the phone. She mad about what girl it is. That girl that he was talking to, that's the B that was close to her, and she wanted the full detail. And him being the nigga he is, seen that and grabbed that phone and broke her little nail and snatched his phone back and tried to haul ass, scared to death, like, oh my God, try to clear it up while texting. That was the jump. And then, all that get out in the street. But for real, he ain't running because he's scared. He running because he trying to hide what that white woman going to do when she find all the messages. See what I'm saying? So that ain't no man that's scared of no woman. He's scared of consequences with the women.
Yeah, and that's
my plan. That's what I'm saying. He too ugly to get girls like that. That's not something a handsome nigga doing or a man is getting girls is doing. Because I'm going to grab my phone and I'm going to call in front of your face. You feel me? I'm like, okay, what's up? Now you run out of here.
Miss Andrea, let me ask you this. When you've got wealth and clout, does looks really matter from a woman's perspective?
It depends on the woman, I think. But I do think women would tend to not care. I mean, because they show those guys who are out there doing those cars, to see if she's a gold digger with a car and he's ugly, but they got a nice car.
Yeah,
but I think at the same time,
acting, though. That's acting.
But
they don't
I'm just
want ugly
saying,
baby. You don't want no ugly baby. Don't nobody want ugly baby. That's a fact. You can have a child.
But I'm just saying, with the gold digger car, he knows he ain't gonna be able to pull a woman by himself, so he uses a car. So I don't even think that's a good draw, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't be drawn by some old stupid looking car. Those cars look stupid to me, so that wouldn't be a pull for me. But hey, everybody's got their,
he
got their price of what they think. Yeah,
he does not deserve those type of girls. That's not his. He ain't even been in the game long. He ain't been in the game long to even had this type of situation yet. Most people catch these type of charges 10 years, 15 years in the game. He 5 years strong?
Well, it must have been worth it to him. I mean, that's all you can say. It was his preference. It was his preference, and it must have been worth it to him.
Like Vivi said, we need to start doing data. How soon before these artists catch these type of charges? And I know you don't hear about it till 10 years in the game, and it's mostly with a kid. He's running from a white woman. This is too much for me. This is too much.
Hey.
This is crazy.
How do y'all think this would have went down if the roles were reversed and he was doing everything that she actually did in that?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, I said that.
Well, he's still going to jail.
Yeah, he probably actually going to jail.
Yeah, it wouldn't even been a court case.
Right.
No. 2 years then.
Right.
He get 2 or better.
Right.
His attorney would have told him to plead guilty and bypass, go straight to jail. That's what
probation would have been 5 years long.
Yet they refused to press any charges on her.
Hey.
She stole his phone. That's a
Right.
crime. It's
Hey,
actually it's
settled out.
acknowledged in the court case, and
Settled out of court for 3 years.
you have a right. You have a right when someone steals your property. You have a right to retrieve that property, even with force.
Yeah. Hey, if the roles were reversed, we'd be trying to get him off death row right now.
If he was in California, hell yeah.
And with that, right? I've seen what it reminded me of when I watched that video was that I've seen a couple of cases over the last few years. I don't want to make it seem like I'm talking about all recent, but over the years I've seen these cases where you have black people that are running from white. They're trying their best to get away from white people that are chasing them down, and they end up dead. And you know, if there's a court case over it, it'll be it can range from, you know, they find the person innocent, the white person that killed them innocent, or they might find them guilty, but you'll see all the arguments that's going on online with white people is like, nah, he should have been killed. There was no other way. He definitely deserved to be killed and whatnot.
Yeah.
George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin is one that I can think of.
What's the gentleman's the guy that was jogging? And
I know.
Yeah, I think they're trying to appeal that. I think they were found guilty, but they're trying to appeal the judgment now. If I'm
they're trying to appeal it. This judgment, they're going to try to appeal it.
There's another one that y'all probably didn't hear of. A black man, he was elderly, he was in his 60s or whatever. This happened around Atlanta. He was driving his car and he started having a medical emergency while he was driving his car, a heart attack or something. And think he ran into a couple of cars or something. Some white woman comes out of her car, chased him down first and foremost with her car. And when he got blocked in somehow, she blocked him in. She gets out with a gun. Now she called 911 and was telling them about all this or whatever before she got out and confronted him with her gun. And they told her, you know, don't go bother them or nothing like that. They had already been called about it. But she goes out there, confronts him with her gun, ends up killing him. He was still just sitting there in his vehicle the whole time. Goes to court, and she got found guilty. But it was that same thing again of, you know, she tried to argue basically that this dude took her gun and shot himself. And all the conversations that you'll see under like any videos, news articles and whatnot about it, all the white people are like, well, she had no choice. She had to kill him. So that's always a thing. Anytime they're chasing down black people, they're still always presumed to be guilty. And, and you know, and in need even of being killed. And that's what it reminded me of. This.
And Jay, Jesus, if I may, check this out. Like I have to stop this soon because it's about to be 4 hours, and I didn't plan on being this long. I got some things to take care of, but check this out. To your point, Jesus, why did if he assaulted her, if he did something wrong to her, why is she chasing him? Why she has her phone? Why did she not call the police? And see, the thing is that she didn't stop. She didn't call the police. She chased him. Like that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Well, that's the problem.
You think you're a victim.
That's the problem with what you're saying right there. You're trying to make sense. That's the problem right there. They don't care about
It don't make no sense.
This stuff. Yeah, they don't care about
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Like, I mean, remember now, George Zimmerman argued that he was scared of Trayvon. Well, why are you chasing him? Why you get out the car if you're scared of him?
Exactly.
I think
it doesn't make any sense, and I don't see why the court or the jury would even, you know, take it further than that. Even the police, even the prosecutor, like, why were you chasing him if you were a victim? You had your phone. You're chasing what were you a victim of then? You were a victim of assault, so you want to get assaulted again by chasing him? Like, what's the issue?
remember the cops said to George, they asked George Zimmerman why you were following him. And he said, I wasn't following him. I was just going in the same direction he was. And they was like, that's following. And then compare that quote. I wasn't following him. I was just going in the same direction he was, to the white woman that murdered that brother last year. Hannah Payne was her name. She said, I wasn't chasing him. I was following him.
Well,
right.
Just to piggyback on that, the 911 police officer in that George Zimmerman case, if you remember, dispatcher, he instructed him to stop following him.
Right.
Yeah, to stop following him.
And it's the same thing with Hannah Payne. She was instructed not to go confront dude. She goes anyways and confronts him and ends up killing him, calls 911 back and starts telling them this bullshit about, this foolishness about how he took her gun. Like she said, when she pulled the gun on him, she was like, I wasn't even pointing it at him. I was pointing it sideways. And she basically explained that he, during the little scuffle or whatever, basically like took hold of her gun and pulled it towards him so that it's pointing at him.
Wow.
And of course, he also carefully, took off the safety and politely pulled the gun, pulled the trigger for her.
You know what? I'll say this, man, real quick. You speaking on that George Zimmerman case, he was instructed not to follow the man, followed it anyway. In some kind of way, altercation came out. In some kind of way, Trayvon Martin ended up being the aggressor,
right?
And Zayvon and Zimmerman walks away. Amazing,
right.
But
right.
thank goodness Mr. Majors here had what Trayvon didn't, and that was a video.
Yeah, I mean, even the video helps definitely, I guess. Remember with Ahmaud Arbery, right? Remember how they showed they showed him stopping and looking at that house, and for a couple of weeks after that, you still had white people trying to talk about, see, there it is, he was trespassing, he was up to no good, da, da, da. And then the dude that owned the property he gave them the other video that showed a bunch of white people came through there every day, stopping and just looking, and it was no issue.
No, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I agree. But the video that said it all on that one was when he was the truck followed him. There was a gentleman videotaping the truck, wasn't it? If I remember right.
Yeah. The I forget his name, but he was a part of it too.
Yeah, chased him all the way. In the video showed him where they just chased him all the way down, man, and pulled out.
You actually hear him cock his gun in that video.
Great, man. Just imagine if we didn't have video for some of this stuff, man.
Yeah. But again, you know what? Challenging that point again. It wasn't even the video. They released that video. They still wouldn't do anything to these dudes. It took nationwide protest, outrage.
I see.
Before they then decided to do something about it.
Yeah.
It was the same thing with the brother that got choked by the cops, George Floyd. The video was there. They didn't arrest them on account of the video. It took worldwide protests and outrage for them to be like, okay, fine, I guess we'll go ahead and arrest the cops.
Right.
And that's a pattern with these folks.
Yeah, or even the lady who stabbed her boyfriend to death, right? It took 4 months for them to even arrest her.
Yep.
Because she cried. And then when they looked at the video and saw how abusive she was in the elevator and on the phone and everything else like that, because her friend said, no, y'all need to go get her. She's the one who's violent. It's not him.
Yeah.
It took them 4 months.
Guy that choked out Jordan Neely on that subway in New York a little while back. Remember the authorities were refusing to arrest the guy because they were talking about how he was a hero. Why? Because the homeless dude raised his voice saying he was hungry, and therefore that justified him choking this man for 15 minutes and killing him.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's always the video that we have and outrage, public outrage and whatnot. And then they're finally like, oh, God, fine, I guess we'll wrestle.
Right, right. Hey,
Yeah.
VB.
And Jesus, I saw when you mention all the time they love to see us suffer.
Yeah.
I actually saw a video where they actually said that. They said that we
Yeah.
do that because we love to see you suffer. That's why we do what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta
What was
find it
that,
again
Walker?
because I was trying to send it to VB, but I'll find it.
I believe it though. You don't got to tell me twice.
Yeah.
I believe it. They evil people out here. You know. What were you saying, E. Walker?
Yeah, man. Next time Jay jumps up, man, you know what question you can ask him. Ask him, was he upset because Caitlin Clark lost last night to that black team?
Oh nah, Jade ain't like that.
I know. I'm just
but
Jade, I'm just playing, man.
I guess that's how it looked for him. This is the first time he's seen the footage. You know,
I'm just messing with you, Jade, man. I'm just messing around, bro.
But you know, my whole thing is like this, just to try to keep it real. You know, especially for people in relationships, men and women. Not like, is there going to be any type of argument you can have before the police get involved, before somebody gets charged? And what does that look like? You know, and in my view, it's like sometimes couples are going to have some heated arguments. I don't know. It shouldn't happen often at all. It shouldn't be a norm at all. But if it does happen, you know, what are you supposed to do in that situation? And to me, in this situation, it sounds like looks like this guy wanted to leave. Like he wanted to go. And he wanted his phone.
Desperately.
Right? And it seems to me like she didn't want him to go. Like just very simple. Like she didn't want him to leave. And I just think it didn't rise to the thing of a crime here, you know, of an assault as they
Can
call
you zoom in on her feet?
You know,
that would be funny.
The assault charge that they gave him was something that's like the equivalent to like a parking ticket. It was some kind of third degree. I forget exactly what the name of the charge was.
But the mere fact that he was charged ruined his life.
Yeah.
You know, they using that like this man is a woman beater, a womanizer. Like he hates women. And it's like, and I'm just saying, I don't know, but to me, it seems like they were both being physical with each other before they even got out, just to fight over the phone, before they even are getting out of the car. So I don't understand it.
VB, this might be good for the Gayle King, Oprah, like who gets the next, you know what I'm saying? Nice little talk show about what had happened.
The dude that was driving that Uber or whatever it was that they were in, he testified that she was hitting on him in the cab or whatever you want to call it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And that's why you have to put everything in the context, you know, video, testimony, everything before you can make a judgment, if you will, you know.
Well, she better not have.
I think he should take this. I think he should take this to the Supreme Court, to be honest with you.
Really?
He'll still lose. Now, he probably hit him harder. Just leave it alone, man.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so, because there's so many things that are so odd about this, you know. If these two are in an altercation already, then him doing what he did just seems very reasonable, you know. And I don't know. To me, it just seems like that it was biased, you know, basically biased. I mean,
what's above and beyond reasonable what he did?
The man has to be allowed to get away with his phone. He has to be allowed to leave with his phone, you know?
Did he get probation, or what was the sentence?
He got to do a year of counseling.
A year?
Tell me somebody that's black or that color skin who got away with anything similar to that. Just tell me somebody, you know. I don't think anyone's gonna beat that in the media. That's black. I never heard of one.
They want to retain the idea that white people have a right to chase you down like this. Like you're not supposed to run away. You're always supposed. We have all these incidents where whites are trying in public. They try to like press you
Oh,
like
the
they're the
Karen,
cops.
the Karen stories. Like every time
Yeah,
you get one,
they
look
try
at.
to press you like
See
they're
what
the
I'm saying?
cops, and the understanding is that you're always supposed to comply with them like you're supposed to comply with the cops. So they're gonna try to protect your average everyday white person's right to do this kind of stuff.
What did he actually get charged with for him to receive his sentence?
The
2 years, man. That 2 years minimum.
It was an assault charge. I think it was like 3rd degree. I don't remember. There was a harassment charge up in there, but the assault charge was like the most serious. And again, like I said, the seriousness of that charge, that assault charge specifically, was something equivalent to like a parking ticket.
So after the video and the testimony, eyewitness testimony, he still got charged with assault.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's the
Yeah,
American.
like you gotta get something that's going to stick. You can't just walk free out of that situation, man. That's what I'm saying. They act like if they don't know better. Stop picking these model type women that they're throwing at you, and find someone that's on a level that you look like and understand.
And the
That's
phone
what we
wasn't
got.
the only
That's
thing.
what we got. That's the problem we got as a people. When we start getting money, we start looking for things that's better than us. That's why they
Or
have
what
this
they
problem.
think, what we think is better than us.
Better
Not
than
they ain't
us.
better.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
they
yeah.
think.
We think it's better. Well, what you wasn't used to. You didn't grow up like this with nobody chasing your ugly ass when you was a boy. Nobody.
The phone also wasn't even the only thing when it comes to stealing, basically, because he had broken up with her, and she was out there using up his credit cards. That should have also counted as crimes against her. And and her didn't she get in his apartment in some kind of
basically breaking and entering.
Right.
Then she,
Right.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All
Yeah,
kinds of crimes that this woman committed.
she got like 4 major charges on her, for real.
Yeah.
So
All
did she
kind of
charge
crimes.
with anything?
Y'all remember that one? Y'all remember that one where the man and his son were at a hotel and had just gotten off the elevator, and the white lady accused them of stealing her
iPhone.
cell phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. And she left it in that car, but she tried to go after that dude. He knocked the hell out of her. Like, no, you ain't gonna be touching my son. You get your hands off my son. You know? I mean, it is just that. You know, people just think they can just come up on you and just say whatever and do whatever until they roll up on the wrong one. And then it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. I can't believe you did this to me. Like, go sit down somewhere. Keep your hands to yourself.
That kind of behavior right there is exactly why, like, they tried to make it a racial thing in court. Rachel shouldn't have never even mentioned it or whatever. But when Trayvon called dude a creepy ass cracker, down there in Florida, they use cracker to mean like anybody that acts like police, basically. And that's exactly what George Zimmerman was trying to do that day. He was trying to act like he was the damn police.
But look, it's not even just the racial part of it, right? I was saying this on a show a few times. I said this on a different I think maybe 2 or 3 shows. This on drag because this was something we have agreement but a disagreement on. It ain't the women's fault that the judge and the laws are not going to penalize them. It's not their fault they're not going to be held to a standard. It's our fault for being in that situation. See what I'm saying? So if judges in the system know they make less money off of sending women to prison than they make off sending men to prison, they're not going to be sending the people who make babies to send people to prison. They're going to just send the people to prison who really struggle to make babies. They make outcomes of straight single mothers and this type of identity that, women have the authority because there's not so many of us. They don't have to look at us as a certain type of light because their tears and their feelings and people catering to them will always destroy the image of a man, and men will follow with that because they care for women. So it's just pimping on men. That's it, just pimping on them,
Well, let me Negro Rob. Let me kind of piggyback on what you said, because I agree with you on some levels that I'll even include myself. We all have situations where we can make better decisions when it comes to relationships. But I will say this: when it comes to entertainers, I just think they need to make better decisions while they're in public. I'll say, let me give you an example. Do you guys recall that incident that Jay-Z and Beyonce's sister, that ordeal in the elevator? I think it was the elevator, and when she was
kicking like an ostrich.
Do you remember Jay-Z's response? He didn't really have any response, and I think that was the best thing he could have did. Right? It's just not respond at all because of the consequences that may or may not occur.
What if she pulled out a knife and threw it then? Or she ran and dove in and stabbed him in the chest? Don't do nothing.
You
she did have that big ass purse while she was kicking, swinging, wailing.
But that was you trying to defend your life, and I get that. That might be a different scenario, trying to defend yourself from dying or really getting hurt. No. But I just think in that instance, I think he made the a conscious decision not to do anything because he knows the ramifications if he did.
Mm-hmm.
He made a very good decision at that in an instant. He did, and I think
my boy OJ the truth though. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna wrap up, and I'll just say I think these celebrities. It's hard to really judge people, and it is when you get to trying to get to know someone and you're in a relationship. You don't really know them that well, especially in the beginning. You need a couple of years before you really know someone, man. So you don't know exactly how they're going to react in situations like this woman did and got upset and everything, or whatnot. So I just think in making better decisions in public, where the spotlight's on you, cameras on you, witnesses. You just got to make better decisions, and I think some people are better than others at that.
That's true. Yeah, and I was going to say that when Jay was up here, but you hit her spot on. But we also gotta look at it too. It's still a double negative, no matter what. Because as a man, it's already embedded for the world to look at it as you are the one in charge, the leader. So it's your fault, even if it's not. So that's on a worldly type thing because we looked at it as leaders. Now, if we just look at it in the media type way of the punishment, Beyonce's sister could have damn near did whatever she wanted to Jay-Z and still got the smallest crime in the world. They watched her physically assault that man and she got no charges pushed against her. He didn't even file no charges back.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So like they promote women abusing men, but to the fact, men, if you even think to spit on her or do the honorable thing like Ray Rice was doing, at least he drag her out and make sure she was okay.
Stop, man.
No, I ain't tripping. Ain't they still together? She apologized for fucking up his career.
Yeah.
At least he ain't bad in his past. See, he beat his beat, but he didn't leave her. He didn't stop supporting his children. They got it together. They got it together. She worked on it. They ended up hold on. I don't want to hear Andre. This is their problem. Think about this.
Get him, Andre. Get him.
No, listen. She better stop getting look up. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish though before you growl up on me. Before you growl up on me. So look, not only did they start talking about the politics of getting their family stronger towards the media, the false narrative of things in the media of black love, and his wife trying to actually get him back into the NFL after she got her ass whooped lets me know that she was 100% wrong for doing her family like that. And he wrong for beating that B up, but god damn it, they showed some progress. That's one of the situations I actually seen progress from it.
Go ahead.
And in the health field, they say if someone acting hysterical, the number one or number two things to do is to slap them.
Let's hear from
crazy. Slap.
Let's hear from DMX right quick.
You have lost your damn mind, Ralph. You always trying to be so controversial.
No,
you always trying to be on the other side of damn well ain't no man got no business putting his hands on the body, and she ain't got no business putting her hands on him. Stop all that. Keep your hands to your damn self. I don't. What did she slap him? She hit him first.
Yeah, she was whooping on him, and it turned out
She might have got the bad end of the stick. You can't tell nobody how to end something now. Just don't hit.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so but that's supposed to be his wife, whatever.
Yeah, that's
You
why I
know.
pick. That's why I pick.
At the end of
I
the
pick.
day,
I pick women that can't
I'm of
fight.
the opinion.
I pick women that don't fight, can't fight.
I am of the opinion that everybody needs to keep their hands to themselves. I don't care who it is. The woman ain't got no business rolling up on no man, and the man ain't got no business rolling up on the woman. Keep your hands to yourself.
But
She hit me up right now. She just hit me up right now.
That
See, but
goes
look,
back.
but
Miss
that's the
Andrea.
man problem.
Well,
My
that
bad. Let
goes
me say
back
this.
to
I'm gonna
what-
quiet down. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna quiet down because I'm gonna answer this phone. But look, no, that's a man's problem. Why are you picking women with aggressive attitudes and fight? I picked a woman that don't fight, can't fight, and too scared to fight. So I know she ain't fitting to fight me, and I ain't got to. I ain't got to worry about fighting back.
Well, it just depends, you know. I don't know about all that right there, though. I don't know about that, though. But, you know, hey.
Yeah, you don't. It's hard. It's when you say pick, man. That I don't know if you.
You don't know what she can do.
Yeah, that's really tough to judge that, But I would just go back to saying, I'll go back to say the Jay-Z situation. I think Mr. Ray Rice didn't handle that properly, man. He just didn't.
Nope.
They're in a public setting where cameras are everywhere. You can't react that way, even though as much as you want to, because I think if you watch the whole tape, I think she was hitting him physically, assaulting him by hitting him.
Don't lick on him, spit on him.
But then
He should have called the popo.
I think the last straw was set him off was she was hitting him, and then what really got him was when I think she spat. I think she spat in his face, if I remember that. If I remember right, and that just took him over the edge. But regardless, you got to know who you are in the situation you're in and how much you have to lose, right? So he, and that goes, again, it just goes back to, how to handle yourself in public and handle situations in public. Man, you just got to walk away, and you got to deal with it in another way, man. You just got to.
But let me ask you something.
You can't walk away.
Did she get charged with assault when she spit in his face?
I don't think so, man.
Because that's
she wasn't
assault.
charged with nothing. No,
That's
she's
assault,
aggressive.
man.
They got her
Yeah,
as the aggressive from the beginning.
Yeah,
and
he
she's
got
not
charged.
with nothing.
Yeah,
he lost everything. A supporting husband lost everything.
You cannot spit in somebody's face without that is assault.
If I remember that right, I think that's what she
But
did.
do you think they might have considered, since that's his wife, that he's exchanged spit with her anyway, that didn't matter?
Hell no.
I mean,
no, that's no.
Yeah.
You trolling. So put her in the corner. Get your trolling ass. She trolling.
I'm doing what you do, Ralph. See how now you see how. No. See, I did that on purpose, so you can see how you sound when you say it. I'm
supposed to do that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for.
No, you're not. I just want you to see how stupid that sounds. No, I know she should be charged with that.
I like that.
She should have been charged for spitting in his face like that. She sure should have.
If I remember correctly, I think that was the last thing she did. If I remember right,
that hook was mean. As soon as that spit came, I was like, "That's my boy."
Yeah,
man up. Now that one hit was good enough, but God damn it, you should have picked her up instead of dragged it. I didn't like the dragging her up the floor. You should have put her over. He's strong enough to put her over his shoulder. That's wrong.
Here's an example of what E. Walker talking about on even a larger scale of being, knowing who you are, being careful with cameras around, and how that could affect you, right? The other thing about that situation was what they did with that video, because it happened in February of that year. I think it was 2015 or whatever. And then you had the thing go down in Ferguson where the brother got killed by the cops. Michael, I forget his name right now. Michael. But they, you started having protests and whatnot across the nation. Again, same situation, because they wouldn't do anything with the cop. And in the middle of the height of all those Ferguson protests is when they dropped this video. It happened back in February. They dropped it in like September, right in the middle of them protests. And all of a sudden it became all about these stories about quote unquote big football players beating up on their wives or beating up on their kids and whatnot. And that's all it became about after that. Because, they tried to make a thing about Michael Brown's size and that he was a football player. And then it just all became just about that. big football players beating up on smaller people since they saw him on the video, snatching something from the store owner or whatever. Something that, later on the story came out that it actually belonged to him, but they downplayed that story.
Well, that's a good point, because if you remember the Ray Rice situation, when it first happened, if you remember correctly, if I remember correctly, that the NFL was trying to handle it internally. They were trying to keep it quiet.
It was TMZ that released that video.
When they released that video, that's when all hell broke loose, man.
Yeah.
And the media got a hold of it, man, and just turned into a whirlwind, man, and all kind of groups came in, and advocates and for female, but there's nothing they can do after that. When it takes off, it takes off. So they like, oh man, so then they're giving us a bad look. And then they had to do what they had to do with Mr. Rice. Going back to what I'm saying is know how to handle yourself in public. That should be, man.
They basically used that video to justify that cop killing Michael Brown.
Exactly. Yep. Michael Brown as well. At least
Shots fired, stuff like
with
that.
his
Take your mind off what's really happening out here, and it get worse than that. It's not even. That's the small thing. The way they did OJ. Priceless. OJ he gets to at least Majors, he got off with a real slap on the wrist. OJ went to go retrieve his items that was wrongfully stolen from him and still get locked up. And they were selling it. So a black man can't even go get his own property back, let alone his own family back if it decides to be disturbed. You know what I'm saying?
With him, they're looking for an excuse to lock him up even more than normal than with black men in general. They
still trying to get us back for that one, man.
Remember that there was a story years back where he had some white girlfriend again, and what happened that she had went on a vacation or something like that. They went, the cops, I guess her folks didn't know where she was or something. The cops go to her place and they found that it was ransacked. So they were talking about trying to, arrest him because they felt like he might have did something to her. Turned out it was her cat. She left the cat there, no food, no nothing. The cat went nuts with anger and just was tearing up the whole damn house. So they've been looking for a reason to lock him up.
Shout out to Johnny Cocker, man.
I wonder why there's some news that it's kind of changing the topic, but I just wanted to throw this out there. I don't want white people to feel like we just going in on y'all, because it was just a thing I think out there in California.
I'm going in.
I mean, I do. I enjoy it sometimes, but it's I know spiritually it's not completely right. You know what I'm saying? It's just the things that it is. It's just the things that it is. Well, I mean, all of them aren't doing it now. So, because I'm about to tell you, there was a 15-year-old girl who just got gunned down to the police screaming for help in California. I had to label for a kidnapping, so they gunned this white woman down bad. Excuse my language. My bad. Excuse my language. I didn't mean that. I was smoking my weed.
As a matter of fact, let me pull that up real quick. Go ahead, keep talking.
So I'm telling you, as labels to the media with this, the average person will not get this. But this was what's that white woman name? Give me a good white woman. Katy Perry. Just say this was Katy Perry. If this was Katy Perry kidnapping, going down the street, and then she turned around and screamed for some type of help, police would have shot anybody running towards her.
Exactly.
You okay?
No, this is a better one, Ralph. You picked a better one because this is an average one. Look, here's the story.
Yeah, and she's not going to get the same. So that's why I said the media and average life is
But
two
if
different
she
things.
got justice, she would be Katy Perry. She would be seen as like, oh, she's just one of them rich liberals. But this is not a rich liberal here. Check this out. Come on now. Oh, sorry, that's me. It's on slow. Let me speed it back up. Here we go, y'all.
Lose control here as he goes up that embankment. Do we have units on Bear Valley? He's going up. All right, dude. I'm doing 140, dude. Let me know when open door. You're clear.
Graziano.
He's on fire. Units back up. Take some cover. Take some cover. We have zero backup on the southbound lanes. Take your
Fire that. So she was shooting at them.
Shots are fired. Shots are fired. Continue to shoot at the deputy. Girls out. All right, girls out, guys. Female 2 is out. She's out on the passenger side.
Ain't this what white folks call play stupid games, win stupid prizes?
Look, they just shot her dead. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Now I said the other day, I said the other day in your show, I said they gunned down white people the same way.
Passenger, get out! Passenger, get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Passenger, get out! Get out!
You know,
How you gonna get out when they firing at you?
they letting off.
Come to me! Come to me! Come to me! Come! Hey! Stop! Stop shooting her! She's in the car! Stop! She's okay! She's in the car! Stop!
God damn, they let out about 25 shots.
They shot her dead. They shot her dead.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, hold on, we go. I got hit me. Look, I got hit me with more gunshots. That sounded almost about 15 gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible, man.
Keep the 140, dude.
Did it say that she was shooting at the cop?
No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't shooting at the cop. She was trying to escape. Trying to escape the dude.
Take some cover. Take some cover. We have zero backup on the southbound lanes. Take your cover.
She had a cell phone in her hand.
Oh, they mistook a cell phone for a gun?
Yep.
See?
Now that's amazing.
They said the girl's out.
Does anyone else have eyes in the vehicle to see if we have any other passengers inside?
Damn. Damn, they gave her a quick 3-piece. Pow, pow, pow.
They didn't realize it was her.
Okay.
Passenger, get out! Passenger, get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Passenger, get out! Get out! Come here! Come here! Hey! Come here! Come to me! Come to me! Come to me! Come to me! Come! Walk! Hey! Stop! Stop shooting her! She's in the car! Stop! She's okay! She's in the car! Stop!
So what, they wanted to shoot the dude in the car?
Yeah, but he ain't get out. It would have looked deadly if the helicopter seen that they just started shooting in the car and he don't have, it make it look even that now you done killed 2 white people. First you killed the wrong white one. Now you so I'm saying, so see whenever we talking, people be like, yo, Ralph, you so fucking crazy. Excuse me, sorry. You so this, you I'm not playing no loop here. I'm putting this all in the box, and some of us are out the box, some of us are not going to get out the box. And the classism, certain classism, won't make it out the box.
Michelle speaking. How may I help you?
Hey, Michelle, this is calling from store 200 at the Pilot Travel Center at Fairwood Junction.
Been running from the
Hey,
person
I just
that
called a
abducted
little
her.
while ago and reported,
somebody
the
abducted
Amber Alert that was on for yesterday.
Yeah, she was abducted by the person.
Yeah, she kidnapped straight up. But listen, the bad thing is, he knew that. He knew if she ran out there, it was going to gun down first, so he wouldn't have to get gunned down.
There was a story probably a couple of months ago about I don't remember if it was I think it was a court case where they basically just said that it's okay for cops, like in a hostage situation, they see it as okay if the cops end up killing the hostages in trying to save them. So yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
But no, that dude, listen, a dude that would do that knows the law. That's why he allowed. When he pulled over like that, he knew that he couldn't get no further.
He said, "Yeah, I'm gonna let her out because he knows the first one out trying to run, whatever this is getting shot." That I just actually just was thinking this about a person that I shouldn't even be thinking this about the way things went the other day. I was like, damn, it's crazy when somebody can put you on blast and you try to play victim and then you're a strong victim that'll grab a hostage. That's what he was. So he knew the law, let her out to save himself. Now that makes the police case look low profile because you killed an innocent white woman and a person of white races now can't be put in the profile in the light because you have to show this girl this whatever kind of reparations you're gonna get for this girl, and it makes white man look really, really weak and bad.
She's okay. He's in the car.
Don't let them make these cops look bad. They like their cops to be maniacs.
We have no movement. Stand by.
Where was this at, guys?
Look like Cali or somewhere out west. All that sand and dirt and whatnot.
And look, the crazy thing about it, they ain't even sent a dog out first. Normally, see, at least I hate to say this because I sound biased as fuck. But at least when they get the dog on you, at least you can fight back with the dog for a little bit before they gun you down. Or at least it look like, well, you and the dog tussling, so there's no need for them to shoot at you because the dog is there. So if they hit the dog, they killed one of their own. So I'd rather tussle with the dog, wrap my legs around that jump for a little bit. Ain't fighting that dog, man. I mean, I'm not going face first with the police. If I ain't got a gun, I'll fight with the dog.
I mean, they had more cops than that when they pulled up on me because I didn't have the right year on my tag.
Yeah, but see, they ain't gun your ass down like this. They hit her good and clean too. They give her.
Hey, they don't kill black people for a whole lot less.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, I'm trying to say white crime is high. They just don't promote it. This one just kind of made the spot. This had to make the news.
Oh, you ain't got to make that point to me, bruh. I know white crime is high.
Especially when you lived in the suburbs, because you'll see they kill each other.
They got their man. I guess, it's sad enough, but they killed the victim, the one they're supposed to be saving. And but they got the man though. They got his ass, so there you have it. Justice served. It's like, but who's gonna go down for that death?
I don't know, yo. It depends on what type of man he is. If he one of them dudes,
he didn't kill her. The person who abducted her didn't kill her, man. It's the cop.
You know what would happen if that guy was black? If that dude was black, what they do is charge him with murder.
Definitely.
That's true. And look, there's been cases over the years. Every time I see a case like it, it's always a black person, right? Where you have two black people that they say are committing a crime, and the officer will come on the scene. He'll kill one of them, and he'll get commended for the kill. He'd be like that. They look at it like it's a good kill, and then they turn around and call it murder and pin it on his associate.
Yeah, I've seen that. It happens all the time.
Or you get to see like one of them had a gun, and he had to defend himself and hurry up and get ranked up kind of quick, but killed an innocent person. You know what I'm saying?
So this happened in 2022?
This just happened the other day.
This happened a couple days ago.
A week ago or something, man.
Yeah, 8 days or something.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
What was her name?
That's a good question.
I don't know. I was just looking for troll. I was just trolling, looking for bad things that happen to white people.
No, this says Savannah Graziano, 15, shot by sheriff deputies in 2022.
Yeah, I saw her last name on the screen. Graziano is her last name.
Yeah, this was 2022.
Wait a second. This ain't the one from the. This is not the right one, Ralph.
This might be, but I'm just saying. I was just looking at a video. I was looking at videos of white people getting gunned down.
No, I mean I'm just saying
this might be the one I sent you. I think this is it.
No. This 7 days ago, a 15-year-old that in California.
It might be. I have to recheck it.
Man,
Wait a
I
second.
mean, on the video at the top left, it says 27th of September 2022.
Yeah, it's 2022.
Well, hold on. Let's stop this. Maybe this is the wrong one. This is another 15-year-old. Hold on. I thought I already seen this footage. Wait a second. Is this the wrong one? This is 6 days ago. No.
Yeah, someone just uploaded it 6 days ago.
No, but this ain't. Watch. Check this out. Let me take it off. Let me put another one up.
Well,
I don't know what that's all about, but
if it's Savannah Grisano, then this incident occurred
See
in
this?
2022.
Hold on, let me go back.
Oh, really? So what are they just going to court now or something?
Let me see how.
See, this says April 1st, 2024.
What's the thing about though? Video shows so they're just releasing the video is what it sounds like.
Savannah shot by Sheriff. Oh, right, exactly. They're just releasing it.
Now they're showing the footage. Okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah, because I said I just googled up bad things that's happening to white people, and that popped up just to try to prove the narrative about what we were saying on the show.
Right, I got you. So it is new in some kind of way.
Nah, man, this is sick.
It happened. They hid it for 2 years.
Did you guys read? Man, if you guys read this article, it is sick what these guys did, man.
Hey, they need to stop hiring psychopaths as cops.
I'm believing that the dude that kidnapped it was a part of some type of society.
To black folks, but when you hire psychopaths as cops, there's going to be a little bit of spillover. So if they don't want stuff like this to happen, stop hiring psychopaths for cops.
Man, let me just read this little bit of this, man, just to give you a visionary thought of what happened and what occurred according to the Guardian. Man, this says, if you allow me to, this says on Friday, the department disclosed nearly a dozen video files to the independent journalist Joey Scott, who filed records requests 18 months prior. The clips, which were shared with the Guardian and include helicopter footage, shows deputies shooting at Savannah as she followed their instructions to move towards them.
Mm-hmm.
The video also suggests deputies shot her after two officers remarked that it was the girl who exited. The footage and the sheriff's narration of the video further make clear she was killed by deputies, not her father. Wow, man.
That was her father who abducted her, or what?
That's what it said.
Yeah, it was her father. Yeah,
like you said, it sounds like some type of hit. I mean, that's some type of hit.
Not the first time I've heard of cops shooting at folks while they're actually following orders.
No, they do that all the time.
No,
that's what I'm saying. That's a hit.
No, that wasn't a hit, man. They just
no,
they just savage, man. These people
no, man, that's
savage.
an inside hit, bro.
Nah, these people.
Oh, look, they say last month. The same sheriff's department had some deputies that killed a 15-year-old autistic boy.
Mm-hmm.
These are hits, bro, and I'm trying to tell you, these people are, and that's why I didn't mean to talk over the dude, but these are Masonic hits, bro. Once you become an officer, you're sworn in, bro.
Man,
and then you have to rank up a certain way and do certain things. It's other people that the politicians, the people over top of your head. People think this is crazy, but no, it's not. When a person really say, I can get you touched with a bag and there's really no consequences for me, it's real. P. Diddy was able to do it for years. It's real. Zuckerberg, all these people, they've been doing it for years. It depends on what type of person you are, who you connected to, how much you put into your community, who you vote for. So I don't do no voting because I don't care. I only vote when it comes to something particular as a president. And they got to really have my attention. But to get back on topic, this is a crime scene hit because, like I said, they're able to hide the evidence. When the evidence finally released, the conviction of these people will be too late. You know what I'm saying?
Conviction of who? They charge the cops?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they're charging, but if they are or not, it's gonna be too late. It's gonna be some type of excuse to get around it, and they're gonna be able to walk off with probably just not having their job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's too many of command. They're giving commands doing wrong. So now they can say is the way they've been trained of procedure. See,
Well,
now then hold on, let me finish. Then the person that is above them who sees the law and of that whoever polices the police, then they're allowed to say, well, this is your sworn in. You guys did a great job. Now you just get your retirement check for the rest of your life, and you're connected to narcs and everything else.
yeah, I,
Go ahead.
I just think, man, history tells us, man, that police departments all over the country are just savage terrorists, man, and they've been that since since the beginning, since the police departments were invented. Only reason why we even know about this situation and know the truth, luckily enough, because of technology. But without technology, man, history shows us they've been killing people at random for decades, upon decades.
Remember all the massacres they used to do of whole entire black communities? The cops would be in on that.
Right.
Marching down the streets, lights, sirens, dogs, all of it, just showing you the first it was just really beating them. But when the guns came into play, it's like, all right, we got laws, go favor y'all if you do smoke them. So smoke them at but still, let's not just use that. That's really the lowest form of it. Like that's what's projected. The lowest form of it is actually legalized through benefits. Let's talk about why if they're not stripping the benefits of these cops who have to kill that way. That's when you know it's not a game.
Because the cops are one of the contingents of foot soldiers, I guess you could say, that stand between the powerful and the wealthy and whatnot, and regular everyday poor folks. So they're never gonna really, like, you remember during Obama's presidency when they called the cops on what was that guy's name? The guy that does the ancestry stuff, Skip Gates.
Skip Gates, yeah.
They call the cops on him for breaking into his own home. It always reminds me of that old Dave Chappelle show, Dave Chappelle joke. But Obama said something about the cops being stupid or something like that. I forget. It was a insulting term. He had to come back and apologize to the cops. I had never seen this before. I'd never seen a president.
What? They made a president what?
He apologized and invited them to come to the White House for a keg of beer.
Yep.
Cold pussy. Cold pussy. Cold pussy. Democrat pussy.
Man.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. You referring to the police department is the first line of defense of the status quo. The first line of defense.
Yep.
So you
I'm
can't.
a president. I'm a president. I could never. I'm the one that's the head of. I'm the head in charge. You telling me I could make laws against you, and I got to apologize?
If you think the president is the head in charge, then you sadly mistaken.
No one knows who's really in charge, but for real, that shows you to say your president is not really even worth a damn. You show me a white president that happened to had to apologize to some daggone man. Come on,
you got to really look at like the level of power that police have. It's something akin to like slave masters on plantations back in the day. No matter whatever happens, you never see a conversation in media where they like question, do police have too much power? They've had stories out here of cops using their authority to rape women. You had that one dude a few years back, I cannot remember his name right now, that basically just threatened
we mentioned him the other day.
Rape women. He did it to a few women. There was another guy out of Kansas I think he made it all the way to police chief, doing this same thing of framing women, not even framing them. Sometimes it was framing them. One of them, he framed his son for murder, because she didn't agree to have sex with him. But he was doing this thing of just using his authority to rape women for decades, getting away with it. And there's no conversation ever in media about, hey, do cops have too much power here if they're able to do stuff like this?
Right.
their cams and voices never really be able to go off. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's the police department is the first. Let's just keep it real. They're the first line of defense against the status quo, but more distinctively against black and brown people. They're the first line of defense.
They got it written in their handbook that they learned their policing tactics, their patrolling tactics on slave
Look at that.
plantations.
That there
You
you
see that?
go. There
You
you
see
go.
that?
That was
No,
like
This was 2 years ago in
do your
Chicago.
right to the jump.
You
yeah,
see that?
13-year-old boy. Yeah.
Yo,
Yep.
out.
Look. This is 2 years ago in Chicago. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
He turns around with his hands up and gets shot.
Yep. You know what his great crime was?
Stealing a candy bar?
Said he stole a car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. It's just a damn car. I mean,
Yeah, that's why they had to do that.
No, that ain't why he had to do that. He still never posed a threat. He
I'm
showed.
just
Listen,
saying. You know,
anything when it comes to being aggressive, turning your back is the weakest form. Running is the weakest form. That's the two weakest links. Turning your back and running, so you're no threat. And if you do turn around, you have no posture. He postured, hands up, still showing grace and defense. There are hand signals and things you must understand. That's why police say, put your hands up, freeze. Did he do? Turn around, put his hands up. Seen a gun, got scared with his hands up. He probably took the bullet to the head or somewhere close to the collarbone for that shit. You feel me? That's what make me mad, because he was just running scared, trying to be honest. With his
You know,
dumb ass and taking that car.
my default position on cops shooting black folks is pretty much that I defend it all. For the simple fact that it's a couple of reasons. They've been like, usually you'll have these cases where they'll say, well, I'll put it like this. Pretty much anything that black people get killed by white people for, no matter what it is, it automatically becomes the most egregious thing that one could ever have done, definitely warranting death. So I've seen like there was a case a year or two back where there was a kid in school, 14, 15 years old. He was walking down the school hallway without a hall pass. The cop that was working there at the school gets into a scuffle with him, picks him up, slams him on the ground, cracks his skull, gave him brain damage for life. And I remember seeing white people in the comment section arguing that, that's just how it goes. Like, you can't be, walking down they tried to make walking down the hallway seem like the most threatening thing ever, the most egregious thing ever. And that's how it goes for everything. There was a brother last year again that he stole some grapes. He had mental issues or whatever, and he stole some grapes out of a grocery store. Cops shoot him. And it's the same thing from white folks, talking about it like stealing grapes was just the most maniacal thing one could ever do. But what I'm seeing, and what I've seen ever since I'm, growing up, ever since I was a kid, was that you had, especially when they talk about all the time, excusing killing black people because they resisted arrest. That's their favorite thing to jump on. Well, he resisted, therefore he deserved to be killed. I've been seeing them chasing after.
It looked like a full eclipse right now.
I've been seeing them chasing after people who committed the Holocaust all my life. These people been resisting arrest, evading arrest. And we're talking about they committed genocide. And when the cops get to them, they arrest them without incident and take them in. So I'm like this, unless you're talking about that black person that just got killed or whatever, did something worse than the Holocaust, I'm defending it.
Crazy. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys ever heard of that book, Breaking Rank?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, check that out, man. That's Breaking Rank. It's by a former cop named Norm Stamper.
Okay, whistleblower.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's He says Norm Stamper introduces us to the violent secret world of domestic abuse that cops not only navigate but also perpetrate.
Yeah.
Former chief,
The rate of domestic violence for cops is like twice the national average. Go ahead.
right? Former chief of the Seattle Police Force, Stamper goes on to expose a troubling culture of racism, sexism, and homophobia that is still pervasive within the 21st century force. And it's very, very interesting. I've listened to some of it, of some of the book. I haven't got into all of it, but he goes into the police officer's psyche, especially what's important when they think about black men and what they think of black men. The darker, the scarier. That's their notion. When they see a black man, the taller, bigger, darker he is, the more. No, that's what he said. That's what he said.
I know that. No. That's to be understood. Even certain type of small athletic built ones, we get killed quick.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's the darker they are, the more intimidated they are. And he had a name. I got to go back in the book and look. He had a name for the nightstick they use to abuse black men with. Sexually. It was a sexual notation that he used. That I forgot what it was, but it was. It's a very interesting book, man. It gives you some insight on what.
Look, hey, see, I know what you're saying. So look, like I know on this show we don't like to really talk about like the Bible and all of that. Like, and I'm not saying I'm a fool. Well, I know I'm gonna say that everything has a part. Everything. No. I'm gonna say everything that I understand has a part to play with all things. I don't discredit anything, and I'm not going to credit everything, but I'm gonna learn about such and such. And for what I'm understanding is, these societies and all culture will ran the same to a level of economics. Whatever your rank was with the things we were allowed to do, from regular people, politics, and kings. So it's three classes. So it ain't supposed to stop.
Yeah,
you can't stop it. It doesn't make sense to stop it, but this is America, so we understand here. Like, you can do this.
Hey,
I mean, think about the movie Training Day. He was trying to show them how you get in, putting them on, drugging them up. Maybe you're gonna turn into this and do this to your next rookie before you retire and get out of the game.
On covering up white crime and stuff, right? There was a brother on a YouTube channel that I watched, Majority Report. He was a former police officer, I think up in New York, but he was breaking down also how he got told from the higher ups, and not just him. He's saying that this is status quo in the police. That they should pretty much just focus on black folks, or if you want to just say minorities, Hispanics up there and whatnot. But they were like, the stuff that you're targeting black people for, Hispanics for, and whatnot, the white people that you come across that are also guilty of that, just let them go. He was saying it straight up.
Wow.
And this is why I tell folks all the time that, like, this is why they're so happy to always try to throw up crime statistics in our faces, because it's completely fraudulent.
Yes.
Y'all remember a few years ago, there was a shootout in broad daylight between a bunch of biker gang members in Waco, Texas. It was national news.
Yes. I think at a bar, wasn't it? Like Twin Peaks or something was the name of it?
Waco, Texas.
Oh, Waco. Okay.
Yeah. 9 people got killed and 18 got wounded. Now that's at least 27 murders and attempted murders, a shootout in broad daylight. Imagine if you're talking about 2 gangs in LA, or two gangs, black gangs or whatever in Chicago or something, right? So you got at least 27 murders and attempted murders combined, among numerous other crimes, really, if you think about it. Nobody went to prison for any of that.
I keep telling them on this show, I keep saying, well, laws are different for everybody on that show. And I think some people feel like we all equal, but when you start thinking laws like you a nigga, you'll feel a lot more comfortable because you'll know what to do and not to do before it happens. You gonna only be penalized by default.
There was this local article I was reading about it. I noticed that the article never referred to them as a gang. Um, it only referred to them as like groups, clubs, organizations, or whatever, never a gang. And there was this sentence in the article where they said, in the end, the event led to a 5-year-long prosecutorial fiasco that ultimately resulted in not a single conviction, in spite of the fact that 177 bikers were arrested at the scene and 15 others were later charged as well. But no convictions ever came of any of it. This is why they love throwing up the damn crime statistics. Because imagine now, if you got white folks killing people on camera and the authorities are refusing to arrest them, and these are situations where the eyes of the world are on them. Do you really think that they're more diligently arresting their criminals when no one's looking?
Right.
Man, you smart, boy. You smart. You
Of
smart.
course not.
Real
That's
smart.
why the prison population is so disproportionate.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right.
There's just a lot of stuff that's crime, and they don't prosecute their own people for it. There's a lot of stuff that ain't criminal but should be, because if you really looked at it, like their for-profit healthcare system that they have in this country, it leads to the unnecessary deaths of something like 70,000 people every year. But nothing gets done about it because of who's making money off of it. If it was black people, like you can't name anything that where black people are the primary financial beneficiaries of, that also leads to 60, 70,000 people dying every year in the country, and it's legal.
Right.
They got them over there right now in Palestine, over 32,000 people that they've killed. they done wiped out the whole state. All the hospitals, bombed all the schools, bombed everything, all the homes. You got 75,000 people injured and whatnot. And they're like, it's all good. No crimes committed.
Them cars, nothing with it. It's just an empty space now.
Yeah. Nothing to put on those statistics.
Hey, everybody.
So I agree. You're a smart, wise man. Great that you put it in that form. Because I'm gonna keep saying, black laws are different from white laws. Rich laws are different from and white laws and black laws. The way even the former president Trump, yeah, he's being shamed. Yes, he's being humiliated, disrespected by white authority, but he holds his head high like a proud white man. And I'm proud of him, even though he's been lying and capping and holding on to his little bit of thrill. But he got to start, he got to start showing some strength. He can't keep capping for these hoes out here killing kids. I don't support hoes killing kids. Donald Trump let me the fuck down. Excuse my language. I mean, but all this lying and capping about that money, you get that don't mean nothing when you're a president. You get it back.
Yo, I gotta shut it down, y'all. I'm sorry, Ralph. I want to give everybody 10 seconds just to filter out what Ralph just said. you can't let him get the last word.
It was good too, yeah.
Yeah, you trying to take us out on the Dixie note right now, man. F Trump and just had to say that. But anybody else? Fine. Y'all all good. Yo, it's like
you're gonna find out when the foreigners get in there.
Hey, I ain't gonna have no crocodile tears for Trump. But hey, I understand, man. I mean, at least he's I understand the sentiment. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do. But the Democrats, but also Republicans need to do well. All of them need to be doing way, way, way better. They're all, as far as I'm concerned, the state of the United States of American citizens' rights and social benefits is just it's horrible. It's a horrible look. It's embarrassing. American citizens need to stop going for the okey doke when it comes to their social rights, man. I mean, it's just tiring, man. It's tiring. Stop fucking taking loans out for school. Americans should be paid to go to school like the half of NATO gets paid to go to school. Universal health care, that's a no-brainer. America can fight all of its wars and still do those things for the American citizen with no excuses at all. You know what I'm saying? It's embarrassing, man. But I want to give everybody 10 seconds to make some closing remarks, and then I'm gonna shut down shop. I appreciate everybody for coming out today. That eclipse is beautiful, by the way. But how about Afemi? I'm gonna start with Ralph. You had you already closed out, Ralph. So you end on that. Dixie, no, we don't need to hit. Go ahead, Afemi. Your turn, bro.
Oh, yeah, you gonna let me Negro out, yo?
Yeah.
Let me Negro out. I was just capping for, we were saying a lot of stuff but I just wanted to let people know it do happen on other notes. It's just, I'm just, like we were saying, it's just not disgusted. So let's not just say it's us, but niggas, we got it the best and the worst because we can actually stop it all. We really could.
True. Go ahead, Afemi.
That's my conclusion.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all be all right now. All right.
Yeah.
You say y'all be all right. What you mean? Yeah,
What about you, Ewalker? Nah, Ralph. Let it go, Ralph.
He
Let
said
it go.
y'all.
Hey,
He say we.
Negro Ralph, man. Take them old Negroes off your feet and get your mind right. Get your mind, man. But
I got new Negroes on my feet right now. Let's put them on. Hey, this joke, bro.
He proud of them. What you talking about?
No, great dialogue.
What's up?
I'm just mess with you guys sometimes.
Yeah.
And so all you guys, man, I got much respect, tremendous respect for everyone. So shout out to all you guys, man. I'll be catch the next live, man. So good combo today.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you for coming up also, E. That was much appreciated. And Ralph and Afemi, thank you to Andrea. And I'm gonna see everybody else out there. Be bucking in out there in the chat. I appreciate you also. Thanks for coming too. And True Buffalo Soldier, thank you once again for the app, for the what do you call those? Something, what do you do? What is that thing called? Let me find it right here. It's right here at the top. The super chat. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Much appreciated. And everybody else have a pleasant evening, a wonderful evening. It seems like the weather is really nice, so take advantage of it. I mean, you guys are lucky. It's 8:47 over here in Copenhagen right now, PM. So that means it's 2:47, right? Is it 2:47?
Yep.
Eastern Standard Time, USA, and y'all have that beautiful eclipse to look at. That is wonderful, man. That is wonderful. I hope everybody have a safe evening, and let's try to see what we can do to raise the awareness, man, because this election is coming, and if we're not happy with either party, then let's let them know what we want. Let's let them know they can do better. Let's Americans demand that our parties do better. All of them, offer more for the people. All the parties got to have something that they're offering for the people, for everybody. The United States is way too rich. It's way too rich to not offer more, man. We got people living, homeless people everywhere, man. Everywhere. We got families struggling just to pay the bills, man, with 2 jobs, yo. It's crazy, anyway. Yo, I appreciate everybody. I'm out. I'm gonna catch up with y'all this week.
Hey,
have a good evening.
What's your cash app, man? I'm gonna throw you a little something.
Oh yeah, always do that, brother. Here we go. Let me see here. Here it is. Boom. You see that? I put it in the chat. It's easier. Here we go. Let me see.
Throw it in the chat.
PAL. I hope I got this right. Oh, let me take that cap off. Here we go. PayPal.me/VDM Media. Boom. I hope that makes it up in there. That should be easy enough.
All
You
right.
see that?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Yeah. Much appreciated for everybody. Everybody have a good evening, y'all. Be good, and I catch up with y'all next time.
Okay.
Peace.
Yeah.
Coming home to you, there's something see through.